should even be discussed.
Never learned that.
Being that we got another year, everybody,
Yes, we have.
according to this.
Like, no, that's right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know, that was an executive decision. I did the same thing years ago. Yes, yep. That and Gary, bless his heart, he's never filled out an application. 43 years he's been on the board.
He did the last time.
Empty. And I asked him about that, just as I did. I said, what is this thing? Because I gave him a name. And he said, what is this thing? I said, well, since I've been here, that's all that we were told. He said, I've never seen that.
Huh?
He said he'd never seen it.
Because I handed it to him, he signed it, and I gave it back to Jack. Huh?
That's not so, yeah. You tried that.
Well, no, all it does is says that he was on there.
Yeah, I know. I tried that a couple of different times. And the purpose of the application is to fill it out, not just to sign. But hey, that's, I had to call and fix that one. Okay. Thank you. We're officially going to call the meeting to order. It is 1 minute after. Sorry I'm late. Too many things to do. Okay. Hang on. All right, there's a little bit of housekeeping prior to going into the civil reflections. So hang on here, let me pull myself together so I've got it. I think I have two. This is yours.
That's yours.
Yeah, I think
That's yours. You've got one.
So I apologize for that, calling the meeting to order, and I'm sitting here messing around. What I have is, where do I put this? It's nice to see the room full, although I had been asked earlier not to allow any discussion as the Board of Trustees is debating. So, and they don't know this. This is my thought. What I'm looking to do so that that doesn't happen, so that everyone gets an opportunity to speak as opposed to 3 minutes of trying to organize themselves, because I'm assuming you're all here for the Webster Road abandonment. Okay, I assume that. What I'd like to do is, at the time, and this I want to let you know, is have a committee of a whole. Now, again, the board doesn't know that. This is my thought. And it's my thought because 3 minutes really isn't a lot of time for you to be able to formulate what your thoughts are, where you're at with it. The committee of a whole will allow your interaction with us, basically. And I was looking at 6 minutes, if that's not an issue for anybody, so that's twice the time that you would normally. You go set your clock so that you know which is 6 minutes. So if that's okay with all of you, then I would like to end up doing that, but I will change the agenda in order to do it properly. But I wanted to give a heads up before we started. And I think that is about what I have. Okay, so what we'll do is the civil reflection, which is the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we have a moment of silence. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. It's going to be one of those meetings. Everybody stands up. You can sit down, relax a minute. What we're looking at is roll call.
Ms. Howe?
Here.
Ms. Butler-Challenger here. Mr. Wiswasser?
Here.
Mr. Benzie? Here. Mr. Funes-Bliss?
Here.
Ms. Kellerman?
Here.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Glad you did that because mine was off. So again, No, I appreciate that. So what we'll do is the civil reflection, pledge allegiance to the flag, and then a moment of silence after that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. There's a lot on our minds, I'm afraid, tonight. It's been an interesting week. Okay. Now we'll have an approval of the agenda. If anybody that's
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
I'll
Support.
I would like to make a motion that we do not do the public petition to abandon a portion of Webster Road right of way that's number 14C.
Could you speak into the microphone? Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
That's much better.
I would make a motion that we do not accept the discussion of the public petition to abandon a portion of Webster Road right of way.
okay.
So we're not,
Say, you're going to take it off the agenda.
I'd like to take it off the agenda.
We've got a motion to approve it in a second.
Yeah, that was rather quickly. She raised her hand and went. That's bothering to you?
No, I wouldn't say it's bothering me. I'd say we have to take action on the first motion before a second motion is given.
We have a motion to approve the agenda in a second.
The agenda. Just not quite quick enough.
Okay.
Next time, stand up and raise your hand. Okay. So do we want to approve the agenda as,
So Cheryl, you want to take it off completely?
Yes.
well, are we having a discussion?
I'm sorry. Would you like us to go into discussion?
Well, usually that's what I do.
All right, I'm waiting for you then.
Agenda, yeah, yes, thank you. But you already said the motion is there second, so you want to have a discussion?
I have a question. Cheryl, you want to take it off the agenda then?
Yes,
So not discuss it at all?
yes, correct.
Okay. Do you think we'd be disenfranchising folks who showed up to
Possibly.
talk about it?
Yeah.
All right.
Is that any other questions?
I'm not gonna change my original motion.
The only thing she can do is she can amend it.
And that's what she, is
No, that ain't what she said.
we have a motion to accept the agenda. Yes.
Actually, what she's asking us to do is take this off the agenda, if I
Correct.
understand, not discuss it tonight. But if you look at this, it falls under new business number 14,
Which is,
and this item number C is for introduction and discussion. So I don't know, so we're not, even if they do discuss it tonight, if you do it with 3 minutes of public comments, it's still getting discussed. If you go for the original motion to approve the agenda the way it is.
that's the question.
You're not taking action on this tonight, the way this is setting on this document right here. So that's the only thing that I can see that, what we're doing. Now, if you're gonna take and have a full-blown committee as a whole, and you're gonna change the thing, that creates a whole different scenario. Whereas if you stick with your original motion to take and approve the agenda as written without the committee as a whole, you let people have public comments for 3 minutes to discuss the item. So everybody was speaking about it tonight that's been here. The team took time out of their day to come here to tell us
Correct.
about it. Well, obviously, you don't need 6 minutes like you'd like to have them have, but that does move the meeting along. You're not gonna take action on this tonight.
That has nothing to do with removing it. Does it?
On I'm sorry.
Does that have anything to do with removing it?
Well, right now you have a motion on the board on the
To
table
accept
to
it.
take accepting the agenda as
Correct.
written, and that's, I'm just explaining what, this is my eyes and what you're doing.
Okay.
And it's just my opinion, I'm a board member.
Is there any other discussion? So the first motion is that you accept the agenda as is. Correct?
Correct.
Good. Let's want to make sure we're all on the same page. And that's what you're going to motion. So apparently we're going to take a vote.
Ms. Howe?
No.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Ms. Kellerman?
No.
Mr. Funes Bliss?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Mr. Wisswasser?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll move to keep. Okay. Now I also have a change. Do we want another motion for the agenda?
We just approved it,
You
right?
approved it.
Okay, no, yes, we did. Sorry about
You're
that.
fine.
Yes, we did. I'm writing my rules on here. All right. So we'll go to disclosure of conflict of interest. There doesn't seem to be any. I don't see any, so I'm putting none. I'm still looking at the committee of a whole. Is that still, because that will impact your public comments, I assume? Meaning that there will be more than, so if we've accepted the agenda as whole, as if, it doesn't say anything about a committee of a whole, but it doesn't have to. So, it's up to you guys, because it'll make a difference on your public comments.
I mean, we still need to have public comments.
Sure.
So when would you want this committee of the whole to take part?
The committee of a whole will take part at the time when you have already okayed that there would be the public petition.
Can we talk about it then?
Yeah, well, we can talk about the petition to.
No, to go into committee, you could make a motion at that point to go into committee of the whole.
Yes, and that's why I said that's housekeeping. So, but it depends on what they want to know exactly. I hate to tell you this, but I used to do this with my kids, so I can last longer than you are.
I mean, Marie.
You got till 9 o'clock.
You can stare at me all you want. I have nothing else to say. Let's move on with the agenda.
That's what I'm asking, because with public statements, if in fact you can wait and do a committee as a whole, that gives a little more time for them to be able to express it. If not, then your 3 minutes or 4 minutes or whatever I decide you're going to have. So it's up to you guys. So if you want the committee of a whole, then that I can explain that those who are here to speak on the Webster Road right away will have time to speak at the committee of a whole. If not, then step right up. So which is it? You want the committee of a whole or do you want to vote on it? We've approved the agenda without the committee, but you don't need, you don't, we're out of order, isn't that correct? Isn't that what you?
I apologize.
Except, all right, what I'm going to do is public statements. We're going to have a committee of a whole dealing with, so there can be more comments on Webster Road right away. Because I know I was on the phone all day today. So for your public comments, those who do not want to speak or who are willing to put their 3 minutes in, I'm not sure with the committee of a whole if you get a second bite at the apple. Normally you don't.
Marie, you have to vote to go into a committee of the whole.
Yes, you do.
All right, I'm confused because you just told everyone we're going to do it and no one has made a motion to do it.
If that, you didn't, sorry. The motion will be the committee of a whole. Depends on you. If you want a committee of a whole, then yes, you can vote. If you don't want the committee as a whole to hear their comments, you don't have to.
But we're on public
We
statements.
are on public statements, so.
So we have to do public statements whether there's a
Yes,
committee
we
of the
do.
whole or not,
Yes,
later in
correct.
the agenda.
Should we vote on that committee of a whole?
No, you don't vote on that until it's the time to do it. So, public, it's just for them to know. So,
Are we ready for public statement?
yes, we are. Go right ahead.
We just wanted to get that yes, no earlier. It is.
Good afternoon,
There's no guarantee.
Rick Curtis, Park Lake Road. Since it was not voted on as, Mr. Benzie didn't add the committee of the whole to the agenda, you can obviously, as you know, you can call for, is generally called for a committee of the whole during that agenda item. But there's no guarantee now that there's going to be a committee of the whole, so I'm going to speak on the Webster Road issue during the normal 3-minute public comment section. First of all, I don't have any dog in this hunt about whether we should have the trail or whether we should not have the trail. But let's put this all in perspective. This, I'm sure you all know that, maybe everybody here knows it, but I'm going to say what maybe everybody knows. This attempt to get an abandonment of the road is for one reason only, is to stop the public trail. And a lot of people worked really hard on that, on putting together that public trail, and we've spent a lot of money over the years toward the public trail that everybody would like to have, well, a lot of people would like to have. So I'm not sure why this was even put on the agenda, because what they're asking you is to turn an issue that is a private issue, more or less a civil issue, into a public issue. They're asking you to join in one way or the other, and one way or the other is a no-win situation for the board members. There's going to be people who are happy that you abandon that and kill the trail. There are going to be people who are not happy that you abandon it because they've worked so hard on getting this trail for so many years. I did speak with Mr. Benzie yesterday about this to get a few things cleared up. And there are certainly a lot of questions that are out there that I probably haven't even considered. But one of the things he told me was that if we abandon that, then the new homeowners will have, or the homeowners which would be the new owners, will have to maintain it. But I'm reading in the packet the County Road Commission's policy for abandoning a road or a portion of a road. And right here it states, if a township or the state of Michigan retains abandoned property for water access, it assumes a continuing obligation to maintain the property. So I'd sure love to have somebody come plow my driveway for free all the time. That's basically what is going to happen if we abandon this. We lose the rights to the property, except we have to pay for the continuing maintenance of it. That's certainly not right. The other thing that I noticed, in all cases where a petition is granted, the board issues a resolution of abandonment stating the abandonment is in the best interest of the public. I don't know how this would be of any good interest for anyone but perhaps the homeowner who doesn't want people parking and walking next to his property. It's next to the lot, it's next to, adjacent to water. And so another section states, when the Board of County Commissioners grants a petition for a road that borders on, crosses, runs adjacent to, or ends at a lake or stream, but the abandonment does not result in the loss of public access to the water, the township has first priority to retain all or a portion of the abandoned property. So they're asking us to not have access to the water from there, which is what we've been pushing for years to have happen. It's not like we're putting up a beach or a boat dock or anything like that. It's just a simple walking trail. So I say, heck no, we just can't do this. We've just spent over $1 million improving that area. Why would we want to give it away to somebody else? Thanks.
Whoa.
Can I be next?
The public comments next. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Kenneth Terreby. I'm the one that lives at the end of Webster Road. How you
Nice to
doing?
meet you. I hear your name all the time.
I don't want to say that this is going in the wrong direction, but it is. Number one, I've lived there for 33 years. I am the only one that plowed that road, the only one that mowed it, the only one that's taken care of it. Bath Township has not put a penny into Webster Road, ever, in 31 years. Or have they given me money for gas for plowing it or taking care of it? And there isn't a person in this room that if they came up and asked me, could not walk back there. And if there is, let me know now. Anybody just ask, I'd never refuse them. As far as the money goes and what you've invested, the only way to make the dam, and this, Phil will tell you this, is to come through my property, down that road. There was a road there. When Bath Township in 2013 asked the drain commissioner, Clinton County, through the court, that they had to maintain the height of the lake. When they came down through there, they had to tear this road up in order to get the equipment through there. Where this road is now is a berm. It's not just a regular base for a road, it's a berm. A dike, well, you can call it a dike, but it's a berm, it's a, you know. And it did take a lot of money to make it. There's no doubt about it. But the board back then asked Clinton County to do this. So it isn't the homeowner that's, you know, and we're the one that has to maintain it. When we had the ice storm here about 15 years ago, I myself had to do all them trees. Nobody came down and helped. Nobody comes down now and mows it or plows it. That's all done by the homeowners that live on that street. And originally, I used to plow all the way to the second curb so people could get out. Because the township said that is an undeclared road, my understanding. Now, according, when we did that, I say we because I was involved in doing the berm, that first parcel where the gate is was meant to be a parking lot. Originally, according to everybody, they was going to walk, not drive, walk down there and walk through the woods. And that was to be a parking area. And the board approved that. If you go back in the records, they asked for that parking area. And then they could walk down the edge of that berm to the second gate. Access the property from the second gate to go through. And if anybody's been down there and seen where the stakes are, where this right-of-way is going to be, it's not called a right-of-way, I'm sorry, it's
You're correct, it is the right easement.
And it's an easement, not a right-of-way. It's an easement. There's probably 12 different easements that you can go on. And so this is going to go right across the corner of my property, right through the center. It's not going to get you to the gate unless you go on the left-hand side of the property on mine and then go through. And honestly, everybody needs to go down and take a look at where these stakes are that you're talking about not approving this easement. And try to figure out yourselves what would be the advantage of going this way. And if it's just a walk thing like it's supposed to be, you know, what are we doing? Are we spending money that we don't need, that don't have? Like I said, anybody can walk back there. There isn't much to walk back there anymore, because once we flooded it, we killed all that woods. We killed probably 13 acres of woods to back the water up to raise the lake. You now have a small portion that Clinton County owns, and one other person that owns a small parcel in there. And then Bath Township owns on the hill back to Ives, which is not a lot. But you can walk that path back to the island and walk to the trailer park. But I'm hearing now that people are talking about driving back there. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's the way it sounds like it's going, that we, you know, the gentleman before me said that, you know, that we took care of stuff in there. You didn't. I'm sorry to say that you didn't. The homeowners down there have did it. We have no amenities down there. We don't have sewer. We don't have gas. We don't have hardly anything. So I would encourage everybody to go down there. I've left the stakes up, and to see what advantage them stakes are going to be for you. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's nice to finally put a face with a name. Is there anybody else for public comments?
Howdy, Ray Kotke, Park Lake Road. 14B on the agenda, Parks and Rec 5-year plan update proposal. I went over that last night, night before last. One thing I wanted to mention also, Taylor. Those of us that clicked in the past to get packet items for various commissions and committees, we don't get those anymore. None of us, well, a couple of us that I talked to didn't get the automated emails of packets at all. I just thought I'd never seen that before. I don't know if it was because of the year end or something or what, but anyway, that's something we'll have to look into. That 5-year plan update, it's kind of unfortunate that we have to go to the end of 2024 before we'll have one, but I know that process, and COVID really put a kicker in that, because we can't do anything, you know, with the trust fund grants or anything without that 5-year plan. But I did notice on there that there was also an option for the non-motorized update, the 5-year plan that we had talked about in the Planning Commission. I'm a member of the Planning Commission as well. That I think that would be a good idea. And it looked like a fairly reasonable price, you know, under what was it, under $15,000 for their professional help. And Miles, he's going to be the one doing it, so he'd be the one to talk to. But me personally, I think that'd be a good idea that we, you know, went for that option to have that professional help on that non-motorized updated plan, because we're going to have that as well. So, second thing, of course, is the 800-pound gorilla. Some of the things Ken Teremy said are true, and some of them are totally just, you know, hearsay. I have all the legal documents if anybody is interested in seeing that. And the flooding of the land was intentional, and it was only about 5.5 acres, 6 acres, 10 acres total all around the lake, you know, if you kind of want to throw that in there. But anyway, that will be all I'll say about that, and we'll let other people talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Christy Smith. I'm one of the property owners at the end of Webster Road. I'm supporting the abandonment of the public roadway easement. And just to clarify, we're not abandoning property or asking people to abandon property. It is, our property actually goes across the road. So the road goes through our actual property. So there's no abandoned property where anyone would have to maintain it. You know, the county or anybody would have to maintain it. We would still maintain it, just like we've been doing. So another reason I would like to see it abandoned is for liability reasons, because like I said, it goes through our property. And then also for safety reasons, the road isn't wide enough for vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic. So I personally think that is a safety issue, particularly if we have 2 feet of snow, there's not room for a car and people. And we have to use it to access our homes, so we do have to have cars on the road. I have a letter from another Bath Township resident who wasn't able to be here, but he wanted his voice to be heard. So I'll read it to you now. My name is Kevin Pulaski. My family and I live on Drumheller Road in Bath Township. I'm unable to attend this meeting, so I've asked that this letter be read to voice my opinion on the public roadway easement at the end of Webster Road. I fully support the abandonment of the public roadway easement. I would like to see Bath Township avoid potential future costs to taxpayers. Also, the fact that part of the public roadway easement encompasses a one-lane road isn't safe for foot traffic and vehicular traffic to use at the same time. If the public roadway easement remains intact, people will continue to walk and bike on it as well as drive on it, causing lasting safety issues. I'm also in favor of upholding personal property rights. I understand that this public roadway easement runs along and in some cases through personal residential property, which has the likelihood to lead to issues for the property owners along the easement. I personally have issues with people on my property without there being a public roadway easement through it, so I can only imagine the potential for problems if there were a public roadway easement. Not to mention, this public roadway easement is at the end of a dead-end road, which only further heightens the possibility of trespassing and vandalism, along with other illegal activities. I have signed the petition in favor of abandoning the public roadway easement, but I wanted to make sure my voice was heard.
Thank you, Christy. Is there anybody else?
Hi, my name's Andy Waters. I live on Cutler Road in Bath here, and I'm friends with Pat and Christy. So I drive down that road. He's exactly right. It's never been maintained. And it also narrows down to a single lane. So I guess my whole thing is, it's never maintained, and as far as people parking and stuff, I have no idea where you even park. You have to park on property or somewhere along the line of that home, so that's what I got.
Thank you, Sharon.
Good evening, my name is Judy Gardy. I live on Park Lake Road. I was amazed to see this petition to abandon the south end of Webster Road. As Ken said, that is a part of the dike system. In order for us to control the water level in the lake, we had to complete the dike system around the lake. And so they built up that portion of Webster Road to serve not only as the road, but also as a part of the dike. We've been working on this project, as many of you know, for probably 15 years. When I spoke to the drain commissioner today, he was quite surprised that this was on the agenda tonight. He said there's no way that he would support this, that we should, as a township, not support this. The project has cost us over $1 million so far. When they built the dike and the dam, the water control structure, we shared that cost 3 ways. You shared a third of it, the county paid a third of it, and the property owners along the lake paid a third of it, and we continue to pay a third of it. You can't abandon something which we all continued and contributed to. It's a ridiculous notion. You have in your possession, I don't know if you keep a notebook or a folder, you have the CIP for the Park Lake Trail. The process to follow to institute that trail is right there in the proposal. As I told the rec committee the last time I spoke to them about this, and Karen followed my suggestion. Get the boundaries marked. The next step is to put boundary markers there so people know where to walk. With the boundary markers there, with the trail mark, now you know where the right-of-way is. Now you know where the trail's supposed to be. With boundary markers, everyone else will know that too. And in my opinion, we just need to move forward on the trail. Is there something that you're afraid of related to the trail? What is your hesitation? What are your questions? I understand that there was a meeting held sometime before Christmas. The drain commissioner was there, the road commissioner was there. I was told Maria was there. The property owners were there. Why wasn't the community there? Our voice at your level is the Park Lake Advisory Board. They co-wrote this proposal with the rec committee. This project has been through every level of scrutiny that government requires. What is your fear? Please share that with us. I have suggested that Dan Hayes, who chairs the Park Lake Advisory Board, come and provide you with an orientation for the trail. Obviously, at this point in time, you must not understand how to move forward. I would just encourage you to keep learning. Look at the proposal that was presented to you, approved by the planning board, and let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Just for the record, I don't know what meeting you were talking about because I wasn't asked to be there. So.
So, hello, Bath Township Board. My name is Patrick O'Boyle. I am the property owner with Christie at the end, the one just before Mr. Tierney's property. And we're here today to discuss the potential petition to abandon the public roadway easement at the southern termination of Webster Road. Just to assure you, this petition has not been yet submitted to the Clinton County Road Commission at this time. We are asking for your support in signing this petition in the future. There has been a lack of knowledge over the years that led to many versions of the existence and then the exact location of this easement. Until recently, I had never even seen an image, nor had the chief of police for Bath Township, to where this easement actually existed. A survey and a map was recently created that depicts the exact physical roadway easement from 1958. It is much closer to the Terramie residence and further south than originally believed and has been presented to you in the past. In the request of abandonment, we are only seeking the roadway easement to be abandoned. The county will still own and have rights to use their portion of the berm and water control structure along the water's edge, in which this individual brought up during his conversation. The berm was, the one-lane road, for those of you who have down there, is not quite the center of where this easement is at. The berm would still be able to provide access to the trail system if it is so chosen by the county and township. We are here for the easement abandonment, but want to address the trail because we know that is a hot topic here. The easement abandonment would ensure no motorized vehicles past the point of Clinton County's road ends sign, so onto the one-lane portion of the road. It would also ensure the ability to enforce that no motorized vehicles were on the trail or on that portion of the property. So that is to the east side of the single-lane road. The county road and the county drain commission would still have full control of the berm area. I'm happy to discuss this tonight with any questions at the meeting, after the meeting, or any day in the future with any of you on the board. With anything I have said, or anything you may have heard before me or in relation to this project, please educate yourself, as was mentioned, because not everything that has been presented in the past has shown to be accurate of what we know today.
Thank you, Pat. Anybody else?
My name's John Yurkon. I live on the lake. I think it is important for all the members of the board to familiarize themselves with the CIP proposal before the next meeting, at which point when you take action on this topic. The, as I understand it, in the proposal, we've provided parking space that's on the county property, and there would be restrictions for cars to go past that point. It would require people to walk the rest of the way to get to the trail. And this abandoning the road as described would affect more than just the property owners in that area. That could affect access to the trail. So there may be sections of the road to be abandoned that would make perfect sense, would still allow access to the parking area that's on county property, and also ensure that pedestrians can walk to the trail. I certainly agree with the homeowners that we wouldn't want motorized vehicles going past the parking area to the trail, which would be an annoyance.
Thank you, John. So, please.
Hello everyone, I'm Ray O'Connell. I live on Park Lake. I'm on the Friends of Park Lake community group where we try to better it. And I've been, since I moved in, part of the trail, was super excited about it. Sad to hear how long it's been taking to actually make a thing. And it was under, and I feel terrible that you guys have had to maintain that road, because that's not right. We pay money for that to be maintained, and they should be compensated for the time and energy and gas and whatever it took to plow it. However, if we did have you guys come to see like the actual plans of what the trail was, there shouldn't be any people driving down there, because the Bath property on the north end of that like seasonal reservoir was to be kind of where the parking was, and then we'd walk down next to it. I don't understand how there's disconnect between that. I get that like originally, maybe back in the day, that was news to me, that that little gate area was supposed to be where the parking was, but you can see where they mowed it last year, where the idea was. We have a map of where the phases are going to be, and so I just have a bit of confusion on why there's even an issue with people driving down there. I would like to see like a way for us to work together so that both parties win. Putting up no parking signs along it. It's simple, easy things like that, because there isn't a sign either that says end of county, like when you go through that neighborhood right there, it says this is a private road, not maintained by the county. There's not any of those, so the county should have been maintaining it this whole time. Should not have fallen on the homeowner, so I do believe they should be compensated, but I don't want to abandon it out of fears of all the issues we've had simply with doing, how many has it been? We've done 3 surveys, and all of them have been all over the place and not worthwhile. And I, as a homeowner on the lake, feared my property value going down should there be an issue with the dike in the future. And then this issue comes up because the county's like, oh, we abandoned that, we don't have to do it, and then it falling on you guys, the homeowners, to be the ones footing the bill for $1 million project. So that's my only concern there. I would really like to see this trail go underway and not inconvenience the homeowners there, because it would definitely add a lot of value to the community as a whole.
Thank you, Bryce. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time?
My name is Doug Sage. I live on Park Lake Road. I've lived here for a while. I don't know why the township would want to abandon a road. There's been enough abandonment on Park Lake. There was access to the lake
on Culver Drive and many other spots along the lake for residents in those areas to go down to the lake. Well, they abandoned that. Those accesses are no longer there. Probably most people don't even remember it. I do. And to abandon a road anywhere in this township should take a lot of consideration. And I think that abandoning this would be the wrong way to go. And it's my opinion that this is just a way to prolong the stopping of the hiking trail or whatever. But I'm paying for 2 lots on that lake, for that dike, and for 12 or however many years it is, I don't know. I'm more than happy to do it. I love Park Lake. And I just think abandoning it would be the wrong way to go. Thank you.
Okay, Doug, thank you. Is there anyone else? All right. One more.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Wyckoff. I live on Glass Drive in Bath Township.
I'm sorry, first name?
Caitlin.
Caitlin, thank you.
Yeah. I am here today to voice my support for the adjoining landowners to abandon the section of Webster Road in question. It's my understanding that multiple surveys have been done. The most recent shows that there is a discrepancy between what the county records have shown versus where the property owners are, these homeowners. And more importantly, these are our community members. And I think what we have all heard is that we want to find a solution that works for everybody. And abandoning this section of the road is not abandoning the project for the walking easement. It's simply saying that the easement must stay in the grass, right? That is my understanding, is that the easement needs to stay in the easement, not in the drive. And if that means that we can abandon this part of the road to protect our community members' privacy and their land rights, I'm supportive of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. Okay, is there anybody, I'm sorry, I'm writing notes. Is there anyone else?
Could I have just another second? Did the board receive the survey, the last survey that they did? Does the board have a copy of it? Should be 3 sheets of paper. Okay, can you see where the problem is? Where it completely goes to the right-hand side of where the trail is? Bill said, all this does is it goes right into the creek, not the creek, but the drainage, I'm sorry. The drainage to my property. So if you took that easement, you would have to cut across where the main water line is. You'd have to go to the edge. You'd have to cut down an almost 150-year-old white oak tree. And you'd have to cut down my pine trees. And then you'd have to go in there and put another thing to go across that ditch, and it's down 13 feet, 14 feet. But then that easement stops at Bath Township's woods. That's all the further it goes. It doesn't go any further.
Ken, part of the reason for having a committee of a whole is for that dialogue. So if you could sit and wait patiently until we take a vote as to whether they want to or not, then that would be greatly appreciated, because it is a crapshoot.
Okay, can we take a vote without seeing it, though?
No.
I mean, they're gonna vote on whether or not to have a discussion.
Oh, okay,
You'll
thank you.
vote-
I just wanted to make that clear that it
And
does.
I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I like it when I have Lots of names too. Okay. Any more public statements?
I got to say something. Okay.
Okay, great.
I'm
Shoot.
sorry, but, my name's, Mary Schaefer, and I live on Park Lake. And, haven't been here very long, we've been here 6 years. Marie came up to me and said, I'd really like you to be on the advisory board. And I said, no, I'm retired from everything, I don't wanna go to another stinking meeting. All you guys, okay?
It's true.
I wouldn't take your job for anything. But when I took Marie out to the dike, and I think Marie remembers this, and we went, and I said, look at this, Marie. They didn't go across, okay? Why didn't anybody take that, you know what I'm talking about? Why didn't anybody think to take the bridge and go across? It couldn't have cost that much more. And then we wouldn't be on your property, right?
Yeah, but it's not a bridge.
Okay, but we could make that so easy, a bridge. And I said to Marie, and I gotta be honest, everybody on the advisory board, Joe, and I called Dr. Dan today. He's in Florida. Okay, lucky him, okay, that he didn't get to come to this. He'll be getting a hold of all of you, okay, about this. I think we gotta think with you guys too, okay? If somebody had just taken, and I said to Marie, when I brought her out there, why didn't anybody just figure out how we can go across so we're not going on your property?
A land bridge.
A land bridge, thank you. This is something the majority, as far as I can see, the majority of Bath Township residents would like. I can see the school, I'm a retired teacher in code. I can see the schools, if they have AP biology, you know how much time they could spend over there? A ton. I just don't get this abandonment, okay? There's a solution here. I think the solution might have been that easy thing that I mean, I'm irritated, obviously, and it's not because of my foot, all right? I'm irritated that we're here again, because on the advisory board, when Spicer did the survey, everything was all approved. Everything was all approved. Why are we still here? Sorry. I'll go sit down now. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else? Okay.
What was it?
We're gonna go then to items from county, state, federal, and other agencies. I was looking for you.
Good evening, Dwight Washington, 4600 Clark Road, County Commissioner. And I'm here to wish you all Happy New Year. And as I listen to the discussion, it's really wonderful to see democracy in action and different peoples and different ideas coming together and hopefully coming up with solutions that can make people happy. With those changes, it leads me to just bring forward that there are a lot of changes taking place in Clinton County, as you may or may not know. Primarily, we have the county commissioners have voted for a new chairperson who will be Bob Showers out of DeWitt, and he is very interested in the southern tier and how we can maintain our agricultural rural heritage, but also connect with the urban Lansing area and take advantage of programs and monies that are available for counties and townships. So I do hope to work closely with you, particularly since the changing of the districts for county commissioners has changed, and no longer are there 2 county commissioners but just 1. It's been a pleasure to work with Commissioner Stacy, and now that we have 1 commissioner for Bath, I hope to work closer with all of you and to really be able to get a exchange that it can be just rather than me or Commissioner Stacy giving you information, but what can we do for you to make ourselves more, to maintain and to have recognition of our significance based on our population in the county decision-making. Another change of great significance is with the leaving of our present county administrator, the appointment of the new county administrator, John Fuentes, who was a county administrator in Eaton County, so he comes to us with a great deal of experience and knowledge, and so the Board of Commissioners are really excited to have him stepping in. And when we went through the interview process, we had a number of good candidates, but he was somebody whose experience just really made the board feel very comfortable with what he was doing. And I think that's really all I have to report. There is a lot of stuff taking place and a lot of big changes, and I would encourage you and everybody else to keep track of what's going on through the county website page. They've recently designed it so that it makes it easier for people to have access to the information and changes that are taking place within the county. And I look forward to meeting with you throughout the rest of the year. Any questions? Okay. Wish you well, and thank you for your service.
Congrats on your election.
Marie, during public statement, were you going to read a comment from Meg?
What, from Ann, not from, I didn't have,
Meg has their public
in my
statement.
computer, so,
Uh-huh.
yes, I was going to mention that, so thank
It
you.
should be read. Thank you.
It should
during
be,
public
you're right,
statement.
it should be read, and it's in my computer, so.
Thank you. Perhaps someone can pull it up for you.
I appreciate that. Okay, I don't see anybody else. I think the commissioner was the only one. Thank you. Now we do the consent agenda, and it appears that there was nothing received or nothing's on file. So we go to 8, for those who are carrying the agenda. This is approval of the minutes for December 19th.
Move to approve the meeting minutes from December 19th as presented.
Second.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Mr. Funes Bliss?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Mr. Wisswasser? Ms. Howe?
Yes, I checked with Ms. Wiswasser and read it, so it's good.
Thank you.
Okay, we have the approval of our vouchers for 2022 and 2023. That's number 9 on your agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the vouchers as submitted for 2022 and 2023.
Second.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Mr. Funes Bliss?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Wisswasser?
Yes.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 10, treasury report. There's no attachment, so.
Madam Supervisor, I have no report for you tonight with our short holiday which we just came through. We've had about 8 days off with holidays and whatnot. Not a lot changed. We are still, as you can see, we're still working with 2022 invoices. We will continue to do that until the end of them. By law, that's what you're required to do. At 23 at the same time with anything that occurs, and the way we're counting going forward from January 1st is a 23 invoice. So we got that to wrap up. We're eating taxes and everything's going fine. That's all I got.
Okay. Item 11, which is our committee appointments.
I think we, according to Taylor's records, I got a copy of them, give each one of you. It shows that nobody is up until 23. And so I think that we should leave the committee, Police and Fire Board alone for another year.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I don't know, what we need is for you to agree to these committees, but I will tell you, regardless of what has been found from Ms. Hodges, is that what you go by? I'm sorry, Taylor. We always call you Taylor. Thank you. I couldn't see it, so it turned around. So it's Ms. Reeves Hodges. My research has demonstrated that the former supervisor had always given them 3 years as opposed to 4 years. This would give them 4 years, but according to the research, it's 3 years. So all of our members were up in December 31 of 2022. That's what I acted on and looked what I would like to do with that committee. And this is an information for police and fire, is to be able to say it is police and fire, not just police. So you have 3 police officers who are committee members and 3 firefighters who are committee members. I handed out to our trustees a committee replacement for Gary Conley. Mr. Conley had been serving, in fact, he served about 40-some years on the police and fire board. But he decided, after he already told me he was going to do this, that was something that he changed his mind and didn't want to be reappointed. So that kind of left me hanging a little bit, simply because with the appointments that I have here, that gives you a quorum. So I went and found Mr. Nicholas Dunham, who's on, you have the copy. He's on Upton Road. He's a veteran firefighter from Lansing Fire Department, been there about 15 years. He's lived in Bath over 15 years. His family comes from Ovidelsey. He has grown children, and one who goes, this I was not real clear on, so maybe you can help me. He has one child who uses the internet to go to school in Bath. So she's considered a Bath school person, but she uses the internet, so she doesn't go to public school. And his application, because of such short notice, would be available for you by the 17th of our next meeting. So I'm asking these new appointments, Lee McAllister, who is a reappointment. He also is a police officer. And Donald Fuller, who is a firefighter, is a new appointment, along with this Nick Dunham, who's also a firefighter. So actually what it ended up having is I'm missing 1 firefighter and 2 police officers. So that's why I'm asking. You're looking at me in a little confusion. Okay, any questions? Go ahead.
I looked at the same spreadsheet Alan did.
Oh, I know, and I have it.
Okay.
I have it.
It shows that there are no appointments available at this time.
And I'm saying that it's a 3-year appointment as opposed to a 4-year, which is what it shows on our printout.
What did the board vote on back in 2020?
I don't think the board voted.
Well, they had to vote to appoint these people, so did they vote for 3 or 4 years?
Hang on. Okay. That would have been, okay. Jack Phillips, packet February 30th of 22. He reappointed for 12/31 of 22 for 2 of our, Mike Creed and Brian Jeffs. He also had, hang on here a second.
Will you say that one more time, Marie?
Okay.
Mike
Right.
Creed?
Yeah.
I don't have that. Can you?
No, I'll make a copy of it.
Will you just tell me what you said?
Okay, it says for the police and fire, reappointments for 3 years
Okay.
would have been 12/31 of 22. And that was Mike Creed and Brian Jeffs. And their reappointment was for 3 years. And this would have been February 3rd packet. And trustee Benzie concurred with supervisor Phillips and approved the appointments and reappointments printed. That was kind of an interesting piece. Nobody really had who they were. It was just appointments. So that was a little bit of a shock for me to try and figure that one out. But again, what Jack has been doing has always been a 3-year appointment. And I didn't know that you were going to do this, so I happen to be carrying some of this stuff in my, okay, that was the new committee appointments. So Lee McAllister would have been 12/31/23. That's an interesting he expires, and he said 12/31 of '23, and this would have been January of '20. So you have all of '20, all of '21, all of '22. That's a 3-year, even though it says '23. So I don't know if that was a mistake or just the way it was being figured at the time. So anyway, from research that I've done, it apparently seems that our police and fire board is 3 years, not 4 years. So,
According to the records that Taylor keeps, they are 4 years.
but according to our minutes and to our agendas and our appointments,
That,
they're in
them are
Township.
minutes to what?
The Bath Charter Township.
The February 3rd board meeting.
That's what these are. So all I'm saying is,
I don't understand why it would be in February when they were put on in December.
well, they weren't put on in December.
They were, because I was there.
Well, reappointments, this is Jack Phillips, supervisor, is in the packet. So I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that our police and fire are 3 years, not 4. And consequently,
Well, they wouldn't have all been at one time
yes,
changed.
Yes, they were. No.
Excuse me.
Because Jack
They're all
never
done
did,
in
Jack never
20
did it that way.
If they're 4 years, they're all done in '23. If they're 3 years, they're all done in '22.
Yeah, but everybody was put on in different times.
And that's what
And
I'm
for-
saying. From the way that it was figured, you start with the year, usually January, February, that's a full year. That took me the longest time to keep that in mind. Poor Taylor, she kept trying to work with me on that. But that's what it is. So if they're appointed in January of a year, that's 1 full year. And then the second year and the third year. So the committee appointments I have is a reappointment for 1 and 2 for new.
Well, I think we gotta put this on the table until we decide
That is a
whose
decision that has
paperwork
to be-
is right.
When I asked about that, I was told that that was an executive decision. That's what I was told. Now, you can, whatever it is you want to say, that's what I was told.
What was
So,
an executive decision?
To put them down for 23.
Even though they're on the agenda for 22?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question.
Everybody on this board is
It's
executive.
a decision, that's exactly right, but there's no, on my research, there's nothing that shows other than Jack's appointments. Ooh, somebody's got a great phone. It must be back there, she's hiding.
So sorry.
Oh, is it you? Okay, so, anyway.
Twice I've interrupted you people.
No, that's, I was gonna say, somebody doesn't have theirs on either.
So they should still be, because there's only 2.
I'm sorry, you said February 3rd of 2020? I'm
Let
not
me
seeing
see.
it in the packet.
No, that's none, I didn't know this was kind of, if it was, I would have put this research information there. Thank goodness I was carrying some of it, not
It's
all of it.
page 16 of the packet,
Oh, it's
Karen.
not under committee appointments?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe it is there. I apologize.
So, is there a second
A second for what?
for these committee appointments? Because you're gonna have to make a motion.
Who made the motion?
I'm making a motion of these new appointments.
I move we put it on the table to our next meeting so we can figure out the numbers.
Now, how are we gonna figure it out?
I don't know, but
Okay.
we've got to get our records straight.
Yes, we do.
Whether it's
And
Marie's
that's-
records or
That's why I did
Taylor's.
the research. That's why I did the research on it, because there was a conflict.
And it should have been
Should have
straightened
been,
out.
And that's what the research showed.
And you used that committee very rudely at the time of the police and fire board meeting, saying, all you people are going to be out of here next meeting.
Not quite.
You sat right over there and said it.
They asked, it was asked of me And I had said that the research I was showing is, yes, this board.
You're
will
all gonna be
done
out of there.
In 22.
I'll make the motion to move this to the January 17th meeting
I'll second it.
until records can be straightened out.
Well, Marie's got a motion on the
Yes, I
floor.
do.
It wasn't seconded.
No, it
Who's
wasn't.
second?
Not at this point, because I need a second. In order to be, the motion is for these committee appointments. That's what this is, item 11. It is new appointments or reappointments to the police and fire board.
Does that include Nick?
Yes, that would include everybody. That would include Don Fuller. That would include.
Okay.
Lee
Can we get
McAllister.
copies of Nick's material?
Oh, wait, no, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, did you,
Wait, you're saying everybody?
yeah, but this, isn't that what
That's what
you
you said.
said? Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody on this list or everybody on the
No,
packet?
The packet list.
Whose list is this?
That's
That
mine.
list is.
Oh,
from
thank you.
Al. Isn't it Al?
That's, yeah, that's the committee.
That, well, that's the committee, that according to my records, they're all terminated at that time. Their appointments have run out. But what you're determining is from what you've read, which I've done the same thing. I have that same,
Well, we gotta get our
Yes,
records
so-
straightened out in the township.
well, and that's part of why I did the research.
And her records have been,
In her records are
Around a
showing
long time.
that it's, well, that doesn't make it, if that's new and that's what you want to do is to make it a 4-year, then we can do a second motion to make it a 4-year appointment. Now,
You know,
that's what, but you have the motion.
We're having a discussion
Just
here.
hang on 1 second, would you? Just 1 second. But your motion is that this be laid over until the 17th.
that was Joe's motion.
Your motion has to be voted on first if you could get a second. And you haven't got a second.
And I said I don't have a second at this point.
Okay.
That's true.
So are you declaring the motion dead? That's what we're waiting for.
Well, not clear dead. It will come back.
Well, you either get a second or it's dead. Those are your
Yeah.
options.
Well, no, I understand that for this meeting. That's correct.
But right now, right, so we're waiting for you to either get a second or declare it dead so we can do other things.
So I'm going to put no second
Okay.
for any of these, which means that
Can you name them?
Lee McAllister, it's
Okay.
on your.
Thank you.
should have.
Uh-huh.
Lee McAllister would be Nick Dunham as a new appointee and Donald Fuller.
Okay, thank you. Which is new.
Okay. No, no.
Reappointment and then 2 new ones.
There would be one, yes, one reappointment and 2 new ones.
Okay, and it failed. Okay.
Go ahead. You're ready to, I'm ready, if you're ready, second motion, which I would make, to determine if, and this is what you've said for fixing it, whether it's a 3-year or a 4-year.
No, I'm gonna make a motion that we move this issue to the January 17th agenda until the board can be given the information on whether we have any appointment openings or not.
Al made a motion before that.
Well.
Well, I
that
was
would
gonna
be
put it on
whether
the
it's a
floor, but
3-year or
nobody
4-year.
seconded it.
We're not dealing with 3 years or 4 years, we're just gonna move this ahead to determine whether or not we have any openings.
We have all of these. There are 6 openings.
That's your opinion.
Yes.
The spreadsheet that I read today
Says that
contradicts your
that's
opinion.
correct. It does, yes. And I've had that discussion and I've had that.
Well, we have to get our records straight.
So that's what it is. Your motion isn't to move it to the board for a discussion other than to determine whether it's a 3-year or a 4-year.
You want me to make my motion again so you understand it?
Please do.
Okay, I want to move this issue to the January 17th agenda
Okay.
so that we can determine whether or not we have any openings or not.
No.
That's my motion.
Okay, that's your motion.
And I'm, my second.
Okay.
Are we doing discussion?
Sure.
So
Go
what we're
ahead.
what we're asking staff to do then is to look up in the minutes and the, just to make sure we know, we don't get to the 17th and we're in the same place.
Right.
Because I think my records show that Conley and Small were appointed in 19 until 2021. So we're a year behind on that one, according to what we can see online. So they shouldn't all be up, or at least if they are all up, we do need to re-stagger them because somehow they got unstaggered.
I can't argue with that. I think staggering is a good idea. You had it? All right, any other discussion? Okay, then we take a vote, I guess, if that's what you're looking at in your motion, which has to do with, it's interesting how you put that, the 17th board to see if there's, let's tell it to you one more time.
If there are any openings.
If there are any openings for the police and fire board, which has to determine whether it's a 3 to a 4 year, which is what you'll determine. So, okay. Nope, is that, yeah, you seconded, did you?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah,
Okay. Mr. Transgless?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
Nope.
Mr. Wisswasser?
Yes.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Supervisor, may I ask if we could have a 5-minute break?
That's a good idea.
Recess.
Yes.
I was gonna say, it's not a break, it's a recess.
If you're not gonna grant it, I'm gonna take it in. That's where we're at.
Me too.
Is there anybody else, because it's right down the hall?
Do we need a motion for?
Yes, we do.
I would move for 5 minutes.
Please wait out to the door. Is there anybody who opposes? Would that be unanimous consent?
No.
Okay, you're gonna, he says no.
Roll call vote.
Al says no, you're stuck.
Okay.
Maybe he'll come back, maybe he won't.
For the record, Brenda, I'm voting yes on that.
I should go.
With regards to 7, I'm just that you have any specific
Hi, Steve. I probably dribble all the way. We ain't gonna have time.
That's what I'm concerned. Like, I don't need them to argue with each other. I get what their positions are.
Yeah. No, I can't see, getting to it.
That's what Steve said too.
I gotta see Dougie.
No one's abandoning their.
So Karen, I think regardless of what the terms typically are, we should follow what the board did at that moment.
Yes.
Whether they did 3 or 4 years.
This is Jack made a correction. At a later date.
Okay.
We figured out it was 4 years and not 3 years.
Why 4?
Thanks for the break.
It's incredible to think it's a tax.
It's a part of Dexter, right? And they built a Webster Road that way. I was told that was Mr. That's weird. He told me, I think he told me that the plan had once included going down to Chandler. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave has.
And I've never heard of anyone going to Blue. So sorry. Yeah, but that's not what it is.
Ooh. I used to cut Dougie's hair there when he sat on the board.
Which one?
The one with the mask on.
Oh.
Doug Hayes.
Looks like you could use another
haircut. Somehow, all of these have got messed up. And I'm not sure where the problem lies, but enough we gotta straighten it out. I know, Gary don't wanna do it. The other guy is saying.
Brian and Mike.
No, they're not, she said they're still on there.
No, she said they're up. And then
Is that the one?
list. Yeah. These two.
No, many times I.
They're mixed, both of them have
Yes, it
everything in
does.
there. I would,
Not appointing
There we go.
Or she's
That's
not
right.
recommending.
I would, they're both great people.
Well, we need to, that's the second part of this conversation.
We are now back in session, and we would be on Township Committee reports. There doesn't seem to be any. So number 13, which is your unfinished business, introduction and discussion, seems to be none. You have items for action. You are so patient, John, back there. I can see you. You have the item B. These are items for action under 13. Where do we find you? And I think, is that yours?
It's mine.
You're always updating.
Alright, hello, Miles, if you don't know me, I'm the township planner. The item that's up for action tonight is a special use permit being requested by the Michigan Wildlife Conservancy Bangor Wildlife Center. This is a land use that has operated for the past 5 years. They have been approved for an SUP, a special use permit, twice. There was a condition on both of those approvals for a sunset clause. That's why they're back here. And if you don't know, a sunset clause just basically means that that land use is approved through a certain period of time. They're back here for a third time, seeking that use be continued. The use in question is a commercial recreational facility. What that basically means is it allows them to operate their facility in a way that the public can come and also take part in what they do there. They don't have to have a membership. This land use was recommended by the Bath Township Planning Commission for approval with a series of conditions. In short, what these conditions have in place just ensures to the planning department, via me, and then in turn the township board, that this facility is operating above board with all agencies that would govern this type of land use, and that they're meeting all of our ordinance requirements in regards to things like lighting and parking. So, is there any questions? Yeah.
Just what? In doing the special use permit, maybe John can answer that if he needs to, or you can answer if you need it. Was there any time that you reached out to the neighbors?
Yes.
That was a public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. And that would have been recently?
Yeah, there was a public hearing that took place at the Planning Commission in late October, early November time period probably. Don't know that day off the top of my head, but we can of course get that to you if you need it. It was noticed in a newspaper and local circulation, as well as all properties within 300 feet of the center were noticed, which there were many, because the center is quite a large parcel.
Yeah. Was there any comments at this public
We
hearing?
didn't receive any comments.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm trying to get Marie's attention, just making notes.
No, what do you want? I'm sure
I'd
you
like
want
to
a
make
motion.
a motion to approve the Bengal Wildlife Center special use permit.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ryan?
So,
Trustee Bliss,
I just wanted to reiterate that that is without the sunset clause. Previously, the board has put a sunset. The Planning Commission moved this forward to us without a sunset. I just wanted to put a point on that for the board.
And again, the sunset is,
There's none.
no, that means that they don't come back.
Yep, no, I mean, they don't come back. This special use permit would live with the land.
Okay. Okay, so any other discussion? Any other questions? Okay, shoot the folks.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Wisswasser?
Yes.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Mr. Diaz Bliss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have also items for action B, a public hearing. Okay, for the streetlight special assessment for White Hills. Okay,
It gives any interested property owners the right to share their opinion with us.
Madam Chairman, I would move to move into a public hearing for the Hills Woods North Public Lighting District.
Second.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
Is this for the public hearing? Yes.
Mr. Wisswasser?
Yes.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Mr. Funes Bliss?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here?
I think Karen needs to address this, so, as far as.
No, she can address it, but is there anybody here? that-
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Would you like to hear from them, or would you?
Sure.
Okay. I think would you like me to explain this
Yeah.
first?
Please.
Okay. So we created in 2022, the board approved a resolution approving the clerk to notify the property owners, which is why they're here tonight, and the general public by mail, that there was going to be a creation of a streetlight special assessment district for White Hills Woods North number 5. In 2021, this board approved a change in the standard lighting contract for White Hills with the addition of 2 unmetered streetlights on Heathfield Drive located near lot 67 and 68, and then 72. 7 parcels or lots receive benefit from those streetlights, and in order to assess the amount for those streetlights, we needed to go through this process, thereby notifying the residents and putting this in a paper of public circulation, letting them know that we intended to collect money to pay for those streetlights. And it's divided among those 7 lots, the total amount, which to my understanding is approximately $300 divided 7 ways. So it's a minimal amount to be assessed, according to our, no, it's yearly. Yearly, okay? And then I've included for you the resolution, if you so choose to adopt this tonight, that would put that into effect so that we can collect those fees. But it would be annually.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any questions? Yes.
Steve?
What does that district to this? This, what you didn't say,
No, I apologize.
saying,
You could always add.
This is obviously in addition to the streetlight district, all streetlight assessments come September of the calendar year and get put on the November tax roll. This would take effect in 2023's roll at the end of this next year and fall of this next year. So this year you won't be assessed for these. This isn't something that's a retroactive change back to you. It can't be. It has to go forward and it'll come next year.
Thank you.
That's 24.
That's correct. It's 23. Taxes are
23.
collected in the rear.
Yes, I realized that. I don't know if it's-
So the first time you'll receive a bill is December 1st of 2023.
Correct. The township actually stands the cost of it out of the streetlight fund to take and pay for this between now and that period of time.
Thank you for adding that.
Yep.
So it is this year.
Depends on whether you're operating 22 or 23, right? A lot of people are paying their 22 taxes right now.
Just so it's
They're paying 23.
understood.
This will be a 23 tax.
That it goes December.
I'm not sure if both of the lights are on,
Oh,
are turned on.
okay. I was not aware of that.
If they're not turned on, that could be something, it could be a failure thing, and you actually need to contact, we'll have the front office do that, because our office people call Consumer Power and they turn that in. Anytime you have a street light, anytime anybody here has a street light that's not lighting the area that they're paying for, they need to contact the township, and the township, the gals will contact Consumer Power, we have a line, a hotline, they take it out and they look at it.
Oh, yeah, we did. It was through consumer list. You just go online, this is the thing, we added on for access, there's like $30-some to this streetlight.
So we'll have the ladies in the front office check on that to make sure they're both working.
would you like us to do?
Would you like me to make a comment?
It's fine with us to continue.
Yeah, we're satisfied.
Okay.
So you can close your public hearing.
All right, it appears, there you go. Public hearing is closed. So now we'll resume. Now, what,
I'm recommending to the board that you adopt the resolution that was in your packet as presented. That would create the special assessment district for the purpose of defraying in whole or in part the cost of the streetlights.
I'll make a motion for the creation of the streetlight special assessment district and special assessment role for White Hills Woods number 5.
Second.
Good question. Is this motion that trustee Benzie made deals with the resolution or deals with the acceptance? Or both?
It is the
It
resolution.
is the resolution, that's what oh, it is a resolution, right? So that's why I wanted to make sure I understood. Okay. The motion being that township trustees would accept the resolution for the creation. That's what, is that correct?
I'll read it again. The
Okay.
resolution for the creation of the street special assessment district and special assessment role for White Hills Woods number 5.
Need a second?
The subject still stands.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Wisswasser?
Yes.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Mr. Funes Bliss?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item for action is D, which is the contract for Drumheller Road tree cutting and stump removal. And that is the superintendent.
Thank you. And you've been awaiting this contract for quite some time. I received this contract in December while I was on vacation, and I sent it back requesting that the time to conduct the work be changed, as it was not going to be completed in 2022. And so they changed it to include December 2022 through March 31st of 2023. And therefore, this would come out of your 2023 road budget in the Department of Public Works. Please.
Got a question.
I know.
Can I ask it?
As soon as we get done with the motion and the second, and then we'll have a discussion.
Well, that has to do with, okay, go ahead.
Who's going to make a motion?
I'll make a motion
Okay.
for the contract on Drumheller tree cutting and stump removal.
Support.
Thank you. Now.
Thank you. That was supposed to be Center Road too, 5 trees on Center?
I have not received that from them. Just
That was
this.
supposed to have been in the bid to do this road and 5 dead ash on,
I'd have to follow up with them on the
Okay.
ash trees on Center Road.
yeah.
This is all I received.
That was what they
Ms.
suggested.
Swain. Yeah, I think they suggested we would get a better deal if they did more at once.
Yeah,
But I did not receive a contract for that.
okay.
Would that be a second contract, or would that typically be on the
That
same
was supposed to be in the
contract?
same one for 30,000.
So should we hold off on this?
I hate to hold off much longer because they,
When I called, it was, when you inquired about it and I made the phone call, they sent it, the same contract with the dates from 2022. So all they did was change the dates from December 2022 to March 2023.
we're going to have a meeting with them sometime this month. And I'll bring it up to them, find out what's going on.
Should we wait
And
until?
let's
January
get,
17th?
these need to be done, bad.
Are the 5 and the 30,000?
Huh?
Is the 5
Yeah,
trees at
supposed to
Center
be.
Road and the
I
30,000?
mean, we're not gonna be able to negotiate back to get something in the contract that's not in the contract now.
Wanna wait?
I don't wanna slow down either, but If I was them, I'd say you
I
already
can
signed the
clarify and
contract.
bring it back for your second meeting on the 17th.
Okay. Are we gonna have,
Also check in, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
are we gonna have a road committee meeting before the 17th? Okay.
Right.
This work scope, help me understand this, because I'm not real clear. This 30,000 will include the stump and the tree cutting in addition to drainage improvement and roadside improvements?
To
Yeah,
facilitate
ditches.
roadside drainage improvements.
Right,
Yep.
so 30,000 covers all of that.
For the entire length of, from Webster to Chandler Road.
Okay. And they agreed to that?
They provided
They
this.
provided, okay. Huh, okay.
I believe they did a site visit with Mr. Baker and possibly Mr. Rosecrans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Joe.
To go through what, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you out, trustee Benzie. To look at, mark and identify exactly what needed to be done.
Because it says general roadside safety, I'm not sure I understand.
The trees are right on the edge of the road in the ditch.
Okay.
They're big oaks. And the people that, they're in their yard, want the wood, so the county is gonna make sure they get the wood.
So that's the general roadside safety.
Yeah.
improvement, okay. Which would also improve the drainage, once that's removed, gotcha. All right, seems like we have a motion, and there was a second. Support by
We're,
Ryan, so,
we're gonna hold off until the 17th,
oh,
if we can.
I thought, yes,
Yes.
then we'll redo the motion.
That way we can talk with them.
Motion, okay. Which also withdraws the support.
Thank you.
And this comes back to 17, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're looking at an explanation, is that what? What are we looking at?
He wants to know if the work on Center Road will be included.
Okay. All right. So now we're on page 3, public art. Oh, this will be good. So this one also needs a second floor. What this is explaining is whether or not you're accepting the policy. This was from mine, so I'm making a motion or a question for public policy to accept the policy as opposed to not accepting it. My reason being, which of course you have this because it was sent out, I was very pleased, by the way, that you had included determined with that. I don't know that that was on purpose,
You
but
had
it was
provided
not-
that to me, so I included it.
Yeah, sometimes you just bring it back and say, was this stuck to us? But that's okay, this works, so it's understood that when you determine something, this is actually going to take place. And what I explained was, and it's very true, DDA, I had a group put together, a team, but at that time, obviously, you decided that you didn't want a team. So we ended up telling the people who had been asked to apply or be there that they're not going to be there. And I don't want to do that again with this art committee unless I know for sure that this is what we want. If this art committee, because again, I'm reliving this whole thing. I gave you a team for DDA, you rejected. I don't want to put a team for public policy and have them for art, public art, and have them rejected because they don't meet necessarily the requirement of what it is you want. Understanding that you have the right, obviously, to check and to challenge what's going on. So for me, I just need to know, do you support this policy or don't you? Because if you do, then I'll put the team together. If you don't, then we don't have an art committee because they all, not all, some of them, their terms were up. Others then decided as long as the chair was leaving, because she didn't want to be reappointed, her life had changed, but the rest of them determined that they didn't. So that's what I'm asking. What my motion would be is, do you accept the Public Art Committee policy? because it is a policy. It's not a resolution from the policy.
So you're making a motion to
I'm
accept
making
the
a motion.
policy that is already the policy?
No, I'm making a motion that you accept the policy. Supposedly, it's been here, that it's read. If you don't accept it, then the art committee just doesn't exist.
Well,
So-
it's the current policy of the township. So are you
Well,
asking whether we revoke it or not?
No, I'm asking you if, you can make it as complicated as you want. All I want is an up or down. If you support the policy, that's fine. I'll produce that and put a team together. If you don't, then there's no sense in me putting a policy together or a team together.
But it's a policy, so we either
It's a policy.
approve the policy or
Or
we
not.
decline it, but it's already policy. So the motion has to be either to get rid of the policy or it's already the policy. We don't need to vote on it again.
No, that's exactly what I said. You either accept it as a policy or you reject it as a policy. And this is a new board.
So
We've
what's your
never-
motion?
My motion is that the motion would be that you accept the Public Art Committee policy.
But it's already accepted. We don't need to accept it again.
Yes, you do, for the simple reason that it doesn't exist.
It does exist. It's in my hand.
No, I have it, it's in my hand. I understand that, but what I'm trying to say to you is because everyone terminated, there is no committee. It doesn't exist. Whether you have a policy or not, it doesn't exist.
But the policy isn't about the committee.
The policy that you have, and that's what I'm saying, if you accept the policy, I will put the team together. I already did this, I put a team together for the DDA and you didn't accept it.
I know, it was a completely different situation
Not
though.
completely different.
Well, maybe not for you, but for me as someone who voted to get rid of it, it was. What I'm saying, Marie, is this is the policy of the township. We shouldn't have to reaffirm policy. It stands. So right now, unless we all vote to turn down this policy, you should move forward with your calling to fill the
No,
positions.
I won't. The simple reason
Well, that's
is
your choice
I
then.
won't, it's hard to
We
ask
shouldn't bring back
people-
policies to reaffirm over and over. We either
No,
have
this
policy
has
and
to be
follow them or we
This
don't.
has to be reaffirmed. You either follow it or you don't follow it. There are no members,
But this isn't about the committee.
but it is about the committee.
I'm telling you, Marie, I was on the board that approved this. This is about the township's approach to public art.
And-
The committee is one paragraph of it. The rest remains, regardless of what happens to the committee. The township has said, here's how we are going to move forward with public art.
There is no public art.
I don't know what that
Yes, there
means.
is. What it means is because there is no committee, this policy addresses a committee.
It doesn't.
This policy explains.
It's the
what you
public
think.
art policy, not the
Then
committee
you have a public
policy.
art Fine, then there's no committee. Is that where you want it?
No,
Is this what you
you're
want?
saying you're not gonna do
I'm-
what you're called to do unless we do something that you're
I'm
asking us to do
saying-
that
I'm
makes
saying
no
I
legal
need-
sense.
I need to understand that the policy is what you want to follow.
Yes,
Then then vote yes.
we should always be following policy.
Not necessarily.
Yes,
That-
100%, Marie. I will go on, in case the auditors are listening to me, we should always be following policy.
So, the motion is, if you accept the policy, then say yes. If you don't, you say no. That's my motion, is to accept the public art policy or not.
I'll give you a second.
Thank you.
I have a question when you get to discussion. I hope you already
It's
had
discussion, go ahead.
Is it my understanding that, say if Rick Curtis wants to, I'm just using your name, I'm throwing it out there.
You're sitting in
You have
front row.
to- you have to stay, we don't want you to wake up. But is it my understanding that if he applies for the Public Arts Committee and he's not part of your team, that we don't look at him?
Oh, no.
Then tell us what you mean about putting a team together. I would think that anybody that applies for any of these committees should be on the committee that we voted on.
That's part of the team.
I hope we're not scrutinizing people as to who they are, and I didn't mean that.
I don't do
Right?
that, no.
To do why whether they're on these committees or not.
No.
Okay, I'm on board. I believe in policies too, and I also believe in the auditors, which are quite.
I'm sure that you do.
Since I was singled out there, I have no desire to.
I appreciate that. All right, so the motion's been made, it's been seconded by Al, so we take a vote.
So the motion is to accept the policy that we currently have in place.
That's right.
The motion is to accept the public art policy.
That we currently have in place.
Yes. So we'll be really happy with it.
You ready?
Yeah.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Mr. Funes-West?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Ms. Cutler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Wisswasser?
Yeah.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all. That is greatly appreciated. Okay, and hold it. The update. So that would be 14. New business, items for introduction and discussion. Bath Township fee schedule update.
I think you
Did I miss something?
You missed the letter F for committee and trustee committee meeting dates. That's next,
Oh,
actually.
we're up, that's, thank you.
Yeah.
I even have a circle. Okay, thank you very much. That one also is mine. Then, I think I would have known that. All right, this one you also have in your packet. I am requesting that our Board of Review be put on our committee dates. In other words, we already have dates for all of our committees. This particular one is mandated by law for March, July, and December. If you don't like the numbers, then we can do away with the numbers, but they are mandated to meet in March, July, and December, and they are open meetings. But for some reason, the Board of Review has never been on our list for committees. So I'm asking for the support from this board to put the Board of Review on those committees, on that committee calendar. That's what you want to call it. You need a second. That's my motion. You get a second? Are you second, or are you asking?
I'm sorry, what's your motion?
My motion is to include the Board of Review on your calendar of committee meeting dates.
These dates.
Yes.
March, yes, March, July, and December. If you don't like the numbers, that's fine, because what they'll say is Tuesday following the first Monday in March. So,
What do you want me to your motion though?
in my motion, I would accept it as is.
Okay.
So,
Statute actually refers to March, July, excuse me, and December. That's what the statute
the
refers to.
statute refers
You
to
can, the board of
Tuesday.
review is who actually sets the dates they want to take and they want to move yard.
Is that why we haven't
The
set them
statute-
before?
The statute says it will meet, the board of review shall meet
Okay.
in March, July, and December. It does not give you a date, because sometimes dates are conflicting with other things that's going on, and it can't be done on that date. But
They
it has to
can,
be
they
done.
can change it. They can change that week. In other words, if that Tuesday doesn't work, then they can that is mandated.
That's correct.
These
It
dates.
says shall.
That
So
they,
shall
I know,
meet in-
that's exactly what it's saying.
Shall
For some
meet.
reason, go ahead.
Is that why we haven't had this in the dates prior?
I
Is
have
because we
no
let the
idea.
Board of Review choose their own dates during those 3 months?
It's the
No.
law, actually.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. The law says that it's the Tuesday following the first Monday. And that's your General Property Tax Act, which says that you need to have it. Steve knows that.
No.
He's shaking his head no, so I'm not sure that he does.
That says shall. It's heard quite a few years ago.
The State of Michigan Department of Treasury also stated, you know, this is in.
We have an assessor we share with 6 different tax units, I believe, and it might be off by 1. And it'd be awful hard for our assessor to be in 6 different places at a board review meeting at the same date. That's why it says shall meet in September, or excuse me, in March, July, and December. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but that's all it says.
Fine.
Could I re-ask?
I respectfully.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Could I ask the staff the same question? Is that why that Board of Review dates have not been put in before?
I can't answer that. It's always the assessor, she obviously has more.
Move, Karen.
I've been able to document it since I came here. But that was my understanding, was that the date frequently changes, as well as the times. So they've never been placed in that document.
Would it provide more flexibility to the staff and the board to not name the dates?
By statute, if you want to look at it, it has to be done in March. It has to be offered in March, July, December. Each month has a different segment of board review that they deal with. March is a act of fact.
That's the organizational.
That's correct, and what the facts are. Then July is an error of fact, where you would make corrections for anything that you had throughout the course of the assessment process. And December will be, you can handle just about anything you want to handle in December if you get it turned into tax.
So as I stated before, you don't have to put the dates in it, but March, July, and December is when they meet.
And we've always had them meet those dates without us setting the specific dates, right?
Correct.
Okay. It seems like we're fixing a problem that doesn't exist here.
The problem we're fixing is that it's never been on our calendar for March, July, and December for a board of review. I don't care what date you want to put or how you look at it. The law has its way of stating certain things, but regardless of that, they have to meet in March, they have to meet in July, and they have to meet in December. And it should be on our calendar, because when people pull it up to look at their committees, it is a committee, and it's open to the public, but it hasn't been there, and I have no reason why, frankly,
I think Taylor told us why.
which is.
Because
why-
the Board of
because they
Review
don't-
sets the
they
dates.
can meet. The dates are something that people can call, at least they know if they're meeting or. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I was just going to point out that once the dates are set by the assessor with the Board of Review for when they will meet, those 3 different months, that is then placed on the township meeting calendar, which is our Google Calendar. So residents are able to see on the calendar that it is posted, in addition to the numerous notices that our assessor sends personally to people that she sends the packets to for them to meet before the Board of Review. She places it in the paper, she puts it on the front door, she puts it on the website. So there are many other avenues that people are informed of when those dates are going to be without them being in the document.
So that's the reason for not putting in the document.
The dates, so you're saying.
Oh, no, I'm saying the months. You've already decided that. So again, you've already decided the dates.
But back in
Change.
the day, to give you a little more history, it used to be, and in the past few years, it's not been so much that way, but not that I go to them, I pay attention to them. But you used to have to get an appointment, and probably some of you in this room probably did that. You had to get an appointment, and so they stretched it out for 2 or 3 days, maybe during the month of December or during the month of July. December was usually your highest volume month that you dealt with, but you had to get an appointment, so they may take and they may hold 2 or 3 days where they could take and see them. And you yourself,
Yes, I'm the secretary, I know.
You've been to this, so you understand this
Absolutely.
process.
And
So
that's why it should be on our calendar.
So there's no dates, because it protects you from being, the last thing you wanna do is tell a resident that they gotta be here on December 12th, and maybe they can't be here, so what do you do?
Oh, wait. So in that argument, or that discussion, that means that any of our committees, if they put that I have to be there December 12th,
I would think.
I'm not gonna come because I can't be there.
I would think that this would be a little bit different than a committee.
Why?
This is
This
about
is a
business.
committee.
No, it's not. This is totally separate.
No, it's not. I have to appoint.
It's about
people.
people's taxes, the property taxes they pay, and you should always err in favor of the taxpayer.
It is an
You should
open-
always err in favor of giving people an ample chance to be able to come in and state their business and take care of whatever it be, whether it be an error of fact,
That's fine. You don't- that's fine.
miscommunication or anything else, and that's the way it's always been done. It's not done any other way.
I don't care if it's always been done that way.
I know you don't.
My
That's pretty evident.
stand is that this is a committee. We have a committee, they have to have appointments to them. They also have to have dates to be there, but we've never put, it's an open meeting.
Show me the
Just-
statute where it says that.
You really want to?
Yeah, I do. Tomorrow you show me the statute, and I'll come back the next meeting and we'll talk.
Okay,
Marie,
yes.
has this been run by Beth?
Well, the last time, you put this all, we didn't do it the last meeting, and then if there was no issues from staff,
Did you run this by Beth?
It
is what he's
should be run
asking
by
you.
Beth, because she's the one that's running it.
that's, well, Beth is our assessor,
Yes,
and I'm the secretary.
and she's running the meeting,
And
right?
No, your chair runs the meeting.
But
That's
she's
what this-
there.
This is what your March meeting is for, is to organize it. Who's the chair?
All right, then, have you run it by the chair?
No, I have not, on the chair? No.
Yeah. I
Have
think
you run it
should-
by Beth?
No,
Okay.
not me personally.
I think it
You
should
run
be
it
run
by
by
Beth.
her.
Typically, you pick a chair at the beginning of the meeting if you
Which
guys
is
have ever
in
done
March.
one of these,
Which
and
is
in
in
March,
March.
so it'd be pretty hard to
And-
run it by a chair if you haven't had a meeting yet.
Well, except that you just said they set these dates prior to the March meeting. So, but March is the day that they, or the month that they organize. July, he's right, they meet in July, we meet in December. And I've done it for 2 years now as secretary, and they have been the Tuesday following the first Monday for March. It has been the Tuesday following the third Monday in July. And it has been the Tuesday that follows the second Monday in December. So whatever it is that you all determine, whether this should be on our calendar, it's entirely up to you. That's what this legislative body is supposed to do. I'm only bringing it to your attention that this has not been, and it is a public hearing, so, or this is a public meeting. So people can come to this, private or not, people can come to this and sit and listen to what the Board of Review does. So it's entirely up to you. That's my motion, is to put this on the calendar with the other committee members and the other committees that we have.
I think you should run it by the committee before we give the date, because that's what we do with our committees.
So this would be the second time you want this, and that's fine. So this would be January
17th.
Even though staff said there was no comments the first time. So January 17th.
We haven't run this by them.
Oh, no, well, that's what I understood.
But how can staff get receive?
How can they? That's
Hold on,
exactly
Marie.
right.
How can staff receive
That's-
comments when we have not asked for comments?
That's exactly right.
I don't know what that means, Marie. You just came up with this, so nobody gave us comments because this didn't exist.
This came up 2 weeks ago, and it was determined, in fact, I was.
But
told
you
that-
came up with this, right? Our
Yes,
staff didn't.
I
So
came
you
up with
didn't
it to
seek
add.
comments.
And the staff said apparently there wasn't any comments. They're claiming that Beth didn't know anything about it, but she didn't have any comments on it. So I don't mind 17th, if that's what you want to do. We'll postpone it for the second time.
I mean, my recommendation is to move on.
We are
We're
moving
fixed.
on.
Marie, can
That's-
I finish, please?
We're moving on, which is what
Could
you
I
want to
finish,
do.
please?
Would you like to finish?
I would. That's why I'm asking.
What else do you have to say? You want to move on?
Well, I was halfway through a sentence. So the rest of my sentence is, I think we should move on and not bring this back because we're fixing a problem that doesn't exist. We're boxing our staff and our committee in when we don't need to do that. We've always been within the law. We've always followed the law. So we don't need this to make sure we're doing that again.
Why do you think there's a problem?
I don't.
So either do I.
So let's not do it. If there's
Why
no
not? If
problem,
there's no problem, why not put it there?
I can't follow your logic, Marie.
I don't follow yours. There is no problem. So if there's no problem, there shouldn't be any issue about putting them on the calendar. If there is a problem, which apparently you're saying.
I
there
told you
isn't,
what my problem is with this. I'm saying we're fixing a problem that doesn't
but
exist.
there's
Those
no
are two
problem.
different
There's
problems.
no problem.
To you.
All right, so to you. So for January 17th, we're going to bring this one back. Again.
Great. I'll vote no on it then as well.
And what you're saying is, would you like Beth here?
Yes,
Okay.
and the chairman of the committee, as well as the secretary.
That would be Mr. Sealy.
That'd be you, too.
No, I'm the secretary. So you want the assessor and the chair.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Now, are you gonna talk to the assessor? She's on your team.
I will.
Okay. And you know what to ask her, so I know.
I'm very
Okay, I thought you would be happy before. Okay. So, oh, wait a minute, is there a motion? My motion, I'll withdraw it if that's,
You didn't get a second, you don't need to withdraw it.
I think the discussion started before a second was even there, so, okay. All right. This one threw me a little bit, so hopefully there'll be an explanation with it. We're going to do G, which would be, what, 13? Yes, 13. Items for action. G, special meeting for the consideration of conditional approval of a commercial medical marijuana retail permit.
I should have said recreational.
Instead of commercial.
Yeah. Instead of medical.
Oh.
Instead of medical, yeah.
All right, I didn't read it. What does it say, a special meeting?
Conditional approval of a commercial recreational marijuana retail permit.
It says medical, commercial.
I'm saying it should have said recreational. It was a mistake on my part.
Commercial, commercial,
So,
yes, okay.
so commercial, it's still commercial, but it's medical.
Correct. It's
Okay.
recreational,
Recreational.
not medical.
So it's adult use.
Adult use, correct. Thank you for catching that.
Well, no, I just read it, it just,
Yes.
it was confusing. Okay.
If you're confused, I always welcome you to call me before. I'm available, but I'm happy to do it here too. So what we have here is Chris Patterson, our legal counsel that has gone through the competitive review process of the one application that was received during the approved time to receive applications for all recreational marijuana facilities. He has gone through that work and he has now completed that. What I have asked him to do is come to the board and present to you the process under which he reviewed that application so that you may take the next step and conditionally approve that if you so choose. He has been ill and he has a scheduling conflict with our next meeting, which is January 17th. It is up to this board whether you call a special meeting for one of the dates below that legal counsel is available, or you can wait until a regularly scheduled meeting in February, which would be the 6th or the 21st.
So the motion is to, who's gonna make a motion?
I would suggest you have discussion.
I will, so the motion is made in a second, and we'll have a discussion.
Well, we need to discuss whether these dates work for us.
That's correct.
So can we do that?
Sure, you can do it any way you want.
Okay. What dates work for folks? Would we like to do it as a special meeting, or do you want to wait until February?
February looks better for me.
The normal meetings in February, or the dates that?
Yeah, I think it's good.
So February 6th?
That'd be fine.
How long will that
Oh,
meeting
I thought you
take?
said February 3rd.
I mean, should we come in at 5:30
The
or?
regular meeting in February is on the 6th.
I got you, so you want the one?
I think it can
would be
fit
at the-
in
It would
a,
be during our regular meeting
Okay.
on February
Okay,
6th.
so you
I
would,
just did not understand if you wanted to wait that long or if you wanted to handle that business sooner.
I wondered if it's a problem for the people that are putting the building.
I don't believe so. If you can speak to that, that's fine.
that was my concern too, Sherry. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, they get so much money.
And they've been waiting a while.
Yeah, so, we're speaking with the developer right now, their timeline or what their hope is. Obviously, that's dependent on, what this body, so chooses to do. But their hope is to be complete with construction opening mid to late March. So if this was to be put off to February 6th, that would delay that timeline by about a month, because you have to remember, and I'm sure Chris will go over this, but the process for approval of this type of land use is actually quite complicated. So they're gonna come to you guys first for a conditional approval. Following that, they will go to the planning commission for site plan review. Then they will come back to the board for a special use permit approval. So you guys initiate the process, but it goes on after you. So, and if they were to wait to the 6th of February in the quickest configuration possible, they would be looking at approval maybe.
They'd be back here in March, potentially.
Yeah.
To this board.
Yeah, late March, yeah. In this quickest configuration possible.
Thank you.
So the 6th of February doesn't work?
It lengthens their timeline.
Great, I'll move it out a little bit farther yet, and we'll see where we go with this. I move to take and have this meeting on 21st of February, 2023.
I'll second that.
Okay, now for the discussion. If you do that according to what our planning director is saying, then that puts them a month behind because they have all these site plans and the SUP and et cetera.
Mhm.
So they wouldn't be able to sell your adult use.
Been almost
Yeah,
2 years
until-
now anyway, so at least a year and a half.
If they don't have an approval to start to begin with, how could they be a month behind?
Well, that's what I'm questioning, because we're looking at this special meeting to consider the conditional approval of a commercial adult use. So we haven't,
They
according to.
still have a
their-
medical business.
It's this board's authority to take and give them a time date in which to come to a meeting. You just yourself said that just a minute ago, not to go back to the bad times here, but with assessing. So why wouldn't it be
Well,
this
That's what I'm
board's,
trying to figure out.
why wouldn't it be this board's, this board's thing to take it, you have a set of dates here, so
Right.
it's here. Why do you wanna take and litter up the schedule with more? In busy months anyhow, January, February are typically busy months in this organization. So why wouldn't you do, the 6th would work, but I think the 21st is fine. I made a motion, that's why I said that, but I'm not.
And that's why I seconded it.
I'll second it.
So it's February 21st.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is that a special?
It's a Monday.
It's a Tuesday
Is
because
it
it's a
Tuesday?
holiday.
Is it
Yeah.
Tuesday?
Mhm.
That's, okay.
Oh,
No, it's okay. Who was the second, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-mm.
Marie?
Oh, thank you, appreciate it. Yes, sir.
If there's no particular reason to move it to the 21st, I would respectfully ask we do it in regular business on the 6th, just not to slow them down any more than we already have.
However, what you're saying makes sense, and it does. All of these other dates that we have are dates outside of that meeting. So what you're saying is you want it during the meeting, not outside regular meeting.
No, I would do a special meeting to get it done, but to discuss the motion on the table here, I'm saying I would rather we do regular business on the 6th than the 21st.
Because our 17th is our next meeting, and that's not on here, but the 18th is that Wednesday.
The lawyer can't come on the 17th.
No, I understand, but you can on Wednesday, the 18th.
Take care.
because I'd be looking at it in January as opposed to in February, but that's, motion is on the table for the 21st, correct?
I think so. I think there was a second too, wasn't
There was a second. So,
Yes, there was.
And then Ryan made a friendly amendment to have it on the 6th.
No. I mean, I would. I don't think
Oh, okay.
anybody's going to support
Okay.
that on that side of the
Well,
table.
I don't care what you do. I'm just trying to move the meeting along. We got something else that's kind of important. I think, here a little bit.
well, we got a lot of things that are important.
Could I ask another question?
No.
Karen, do you, I know the lawyer's not here and that's the whole point of this, but do you foresee any legal problems if we delay this anymore?
No.
Okay.
You ready for a vote?
Yeah, we're gonna do it on February 21st then?
That's what the motion was.
Okay. Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
No.
Mr. Wissaucer?
Yes.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Ms. Kellerman?
No.
Mr. Jones Bliss?
No. And we know the lawyer can be there on the 21st? Okay.
Okay, so it looks like that passed. With 4-3. Okay. So this special meeting for consideration of conditional approval of a commercial adult use marijuana retail permit will be February 21st. Okay. Under new business, 14, introduction and discussion, Bath Township fee schedule, FEE, schedule update. You're up again.
All right. Well, the planning department has brought some changes to the fee schedule to this body in the past. This is a little bit more of an overhaul of the fee schedule. So this last year, the planning department's been doing a lot of backlogging of all the township records and digitizing them. And the time going through a lot of those fee schedules accompanied a lot of those records, because it determined that a lot of these fees haven't been changed or updated since about 2005. Obviously, operational costs have gone up since 2005. Wages have gone up since 2005. Agency review costs have gone up since 2005. So there's willingness, at least from the planning department, to bring the fee schedule back to this body and request that some of these fees be updated. Tonight's the introduction for that update to the fee schedule. So what's in front of you and what's in your packet is kind of an updated layout of the schedule itself. Included in that are the old costs. None of these fees have, like the actual dollar amount here in your packet, none of those have been updated at this point, just to show you kind of the transition from what is currently going on, and then in the next packet, when this is action, I can show, what we're proposing and how much of a dollar increase that is from what's current. Now we can see there's no actual no new fees are being introduced here. We're looking to change the dollar amount for those fees.
It was my understanding that these were the updated fees?
Yeah, that's a little bit on the planning department's bad, but,
Okay. So these are not the
These are
updated fees?
the copy that's in here. None of the fees have been updated, just the structure of the document.
Okay, that's.
The only fees that are shown updated on here are the pre-application meeting itself, which currently on this document shows at 100. The currently approved fee schedule is 50. 100 is what we're looking to do. So apologies for that. But some of the changes you are seeing in the document, and why I think it's so important to bring this up during this intro, is that a pre-application meeting fee is being added to a special use permit. That's important because prior to this, Well, prior to my time here at Bath Township, there was no pre-application fee at all, and a pre-application meeting always happens. So if you remember, we talked about that with this body. That line item is also being added to special use permit, because although it's common for every special use permit to be associated with a site plan review, and as in the case tonight with Bengal Wildlife, that's not always the case. So a special use permit can need a pre-application meeting without having any kind of site plan review. So that's where that fee's important to be added. There's been an update to kind of the footer language, or kind of the subtext for an escrow to mirror the language that was updated in the site plan review amendment to the ordinance. So that's on the very last page of the fee schedule. That dollar amount in the ordinance was up, still capped at $3,000, but the initial dollar amount that was taken is gone from $1,000 to $1,500. That's because just internally, whenever we were doing our agency review, we were, in the case of complicated commercial developments, within the first round of agency review, we were exceeding $1,000. So by the time we even got done with that, we were having to go back and reestablish a second poll for that escrow. It's just time consuming for staff. Another prominent change to the layout of this document was under the special use permit. You'll see a new category added, which is home business. So as Trustee Julian Bliss is aware, we've been having a series of conversations at the Planning Commission related to home business. Various articles are being amended to reflect those changes. That change would also have to be reflected here in the fee schedule. Of course, subject to how this body feels, but kind of the thinking at the Planning Commission level right now is it creates a heavy barrier to entry to charge a home business, somebody doing something on the side, the same dollar amount that you would charge a large commercial venture. So why would we charge a home business $600 for a site plan review and special use fee, but then we would charge like a gas station the same $600? Somebody making chairs on the side or whittling baskets on the side shouldn't necessarily, at least in the Planning Commission's view at this point, shouldn't necessarily have the same barriers to entry as somebody running a commercial gas station. So that line item has also been added. The dollar amount we're currently thinking is $100. Are there any questions to the overall layout of the fee schedule? And apologies about the dollar amounts not being updated.
That was my question. So basically what this is some of them are updated and some are not.
The only ones that are updated on here are the pre-application fee from 50 to 100, and the new item that's been added, which is home business, which is showing 100.
And the rest are old.
The rest of them are what the dollar amounts currently are. There's also a new language at the end to the escrow dollar amounts.
Okay, so if you're gonna have an application fee, and $300 is what we charge today, what are we gonna charge tomorrow?
So we have a giant spreadsheet. And now we love spreadsheets in the planning department. We've looked at every municipality near us. So Plain County, St. John's, DeWitt Township, Meridian, Lansing, East Lansing, to see what they charge. And across the board, we're significantly lower. So like I said, in the next document, we'll show you what we're thinking, when we'll show you how that's varied from what's in this packet.
So we'll have what we charge now to what you're looking at in the future.
In the preliminary one that we have internally, which again, apologies, our dollar amounts have been up by about $50 to $100, give or take whatever the line item is, but that's still significantly lower than where most municipalities are at. Just for example, and I was going to talk about this too. It's not only, it's a little bit hard because it's not always an apples to apples comparison too. So for a site plan review for Bath Township, we charge $300 fee for the first acre and then $50 for every acre after that. So Plain County, for example, or St. John's, for example, they charge $900 outright. Doesn't matter the acreage. So a person on 1/8 of an acre pays $900. A person on 48 acres pays $900. So we have a little bit of a different variable
And
to
that's the
come.
developer who
determine.
actually pays that.
It's the developer that actually pays that. And that's-
Well, which in turn, the consumer pays
And
it.
that's one of the main reasons to bring this document in front of you guys and update these fees, is the developer is the one taking on obviously the risk, but they're also taking on the reward for these developments. And this current configuration at these current rates, these don't cover our expenses. And just a notice with the newspaper alone for a special hearing runs us anywhere from $70 to $110. So if we only have one special hearing, we're eating in a third of most of our application costs right there, not to mention staff time and all that. So usually the taxpayer in its current configuration is supplementing these developments as they go through the review process. Upping the fee schedule would help, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Ed.
So when are we gonna get the other numbers?
At your next meeting, apologies.
17.
Can I have the
I'm sitting here, ring the
card?
bell.
Miles, you mentioned home businesses.
Yes.
Are we regulating home businesses?
There is regulation in the zoning ordinance around home businesses at this time.
What ordinance is that?
The zoning ordinance, chapter 31 on Muni Code, it's appendix A.
Have you had discussion at the planning commission about home businesses?
A lot, yes.
I imagine you have.
Number one is the definition of a home
What is the
business.
definition of a home business? We went all through this about 18, 19 years ago. So that information is in the box in the basement. We registered all of the home businesses in Bath Township, built a catalog, had a fair at the school. I think Ryan, you might have been on the board at that time.
Yeah, to be clear, that wasn't 20 years ago. I'm not quite that old, but yes, I was.
It was quite a journey. We decided not to continue that because of all the costs that were involved in managing that in the township. And that information is in the archives.
So,
But I'm sure we had a lot of discussion on what is a home business and the different types of home businesses. So you don't have to build a wheel here.
you know, well, unfortunately, from my perspective, and I guess maybe Bert Gale is rubbing off on me, there's this language in a book, and I have to go by it. And right now, I was told however many years ago that this conversation took place, but home business is defined, and it is a use that's permitted in certain districts, and there are standards associated with it.
That's correct.
And if we don't want to regulate home business, we should.
We aren't
remove that.
registering them at this time.
That's not how the language reads. Now, I'm 100% willing to create new language and work with the planning commission to do that. We've been open about that this has not been a perfect process. It's actually quite a complex and convoluted process.
Well, regarding how many years ago it was, it's gonna be a lot of conversation on regulating home businesses, and they have changed drastically since we last did this. So I'm certainly not saying we shouldn't have a conversation about it, but it's gonna be a long conversation.
But in lieu of that conversation happening, then I have to use the language that we currently have on the books.
Well, I can definitely see that the language is gonna change, and it probably needs to be updated and changed. Okay?
Yeah.
20 years, huh?
No.
So to bring it back to the fee schedule conversation, so the current language on the books, home businesses are approved in various zoning districts as a special use permit. In lieu of defining a special fee for home businesses, that means they're subject to the full fee of a special use permit. I'm looking to lower that barrier to entry. I don't think a homeowner should pay an exorbitant amount of money to make chairs on the side. That's my opinion and supported by the planning commission.
In the ordinance, does it have any level of, this one makes $100, this one makes $500, this one makes $10,000?
That's not how the ordinance reads.
Pardon?
what it's based on, is do you see clients at your house? Or do
okay.
you not, do you just
It's
work
not a
from home
financial.
as a home office? So that's where the old breaking point was. Do people come to do business at your house? Or are you using your house like a teacher would, or like some accountants would see people at their house? Some accountants make house calls. So they're treated by whether or not clients come to the house or not. That's how it's divided.
Actually, that makes more sense than the monetary.
Yeah, that is correct, and that's kind of the prism of how those conversations are going now, addressing the land use, the financials of it.
Right.
It's nothing to us.
Doesn't have anything to do with financial. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, thank you, and I always feel, just so you know, I always feel very hesitant to push back if anything the board
There's a lot more
says.
people working at home than there
I was
used to
just
be.
gonna say,
Yeah.
is that what you class, because, well, if you work at home but you only do clients, the computer's your client, you're not a home business.
If you're working at home and you don't, at the present time, if you work from home and you do not see clients
Correct.
at home, okay,
Then you're not a home business.
you're not a home business.
Okay, that's,
Home-based occupation.
Okay. All right, any more questions around the fee schedule? Apologies about the numbers.
okay, so now we're on 14B, the Park and Recreation 5-year plan update proposed by whoever Williams and Works are. So, let's see who are these.
Well, that's what I'm gonna tell you.
Good, I hope so, because I'm looking at this one. Who are these people?
Yes,
Okay.
so, in conjunction with the Recreation Advisory Committee, as well as, Director of Parks and Public Works Steve and Recreation Coordinator Slocum and myself, we have embarked on looking for a consulting firm to assist with the update of our 5-year Parks and Recreation plan. I identified several consulting firms that I sent out requests for proposals to back in October, I believe. I received 3 proposals from 3 different consulting firms. I took those to the Recreation Advisory Committee, and at their meeting in December, they voted to recommend this consulting firm, Williams and Works, to this body for their approval. So looking through this, the Recreation Committee was quite pleased with what they had prepared. They felt that they had a good emphasis on community engagement, which is a very large portion of the plan. So highly important, and also making sure that we are going to where the people are instead of just doing mailings or doing online surveys, which Williams and Works was very passionate about as well. So getting to their timeline, after being approved, they would have a kickoff meeting. They would begin the data gathering and analysis shortly thereafter, which would take a few months of getting acquainted with our community, what we currently have in terms of our parks and our recreation programming, getting an inventory of all of our parks, looking at non-motorized facilities, and then attending meetings with the Recreation Advisory Committee. Included in that, I'm sure, would be meetings with the Park Lake Advisory Board to have their input, since that is obviously a major recreational use in our community. Moving to the community engagement, a lot of that would take place during the warmer months so that they can take advantage of our farmers market, as well as some of our annual summer events, such as the summer solstice event, to be able to go out into the community to get community engagement from our residents. From that, they would then create a report with all of those findings, and then begin developing the plan, which includes the goals and actions. And then that would obviously have heavy influence from the Recreation Advisory Committee as well as staff, working closely with them to develop that draft. And then in early 2024, hopefully having a final plan and then having that adopted by the Recreation Advisory Committee and then subsequently this body, and then submitted to the DNR. So looking at budget, for the plan update, they have listed $13,320. They have also included in here an option to update the non-motorized pathways and trails plan, which was mentioned earlier during the meeting. I found this to be very interesting since the Planning Commission is working to update that as well. I spoke to Planner Robler about that, and he was definitely interested in utilizing this firm. A lot of the community engagement may overlap with these issues, so it would serve an opportunity to kind of double dip with that, as well as utilize those community engagement efforts to get information for both plans. So they would be able to do those concurrently. And the non-motorized trail plan would most likely be done a lot sooner. It's not as heavily involved as the Parks and Recreation plan update. So the Planning Commission would be obviously very involved in that, as well as our planning staff. So we are looking to hopefully be able to do both of those plans with this firm.
Ding, 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 ding.
Go right ahead.
The non-motorized pathway and trails plan optional, is that an additional
Yes, that is an
15,000?
additional,
Not bringing the total to 15,000?
That's correct.
Whew, it's expensive.
It's very expensive. That was where's the money coming from?
It would need to be budgeted by this board as a budget amendment to the 2023 budget.
Oh, so we just write a check and say, I'm being a little facetious, I'm sorry for that. These 6 people or 5 people that you have here, what I'm not understanding with this, it obviously our Recreational Advisory Committee is incapable of doing this project of a Park and Recreation 5-year plan. Correct? Is that why it's contracted?
This is a really big undertaking.
Sure.
A lot of this would be done by staff with support from the committee. This is a very large plan that has very specific requirements.
Sure.
And we've never had it done by a consulting firm before, and that does show in our previous plans. They're not as professional as they should be with a township of our caliber now.
Well, this is very pretty. I mean, it is. You did a nice job with this.
I did not create this.
They created it.
I will not take responsibility for that
Well, that's
whatsoever.
good. Because I'm looking at this and I guess for me, it's really difficult to contract with a private entity with regards to something that our committees have always done. Oh,
Take it away
no.
from you. They have worked with several other communities surrounding
Yeah,
us, so
it's
they
kind of
have, they
like
have
Grand
done many in Grand Rapids area.
Right.
Coincidentally, my hometown, which I did not know until I received this this proposal. East
Your
Lansing, I believe,
Okay.
Meridian Township, Charlotte, thank you. So this firm is definitely very familiar with
Sure.
the surrounding communities.
Well, I figured that just from the way it was written and how they did it, that, this was obviously something that they have done and
Yes.
were aware of. But you're right, the expense of that seems to be above and beyond. And I'm just not real sure.
Comparatively to the other proposals that I've received, this was actually the middle of the road. So there was one that was actually more expensive than this.
So we've been
and then the
looking at-
other one was quite comparative, it was slightly lower.
So you've been looking at contracting for a long time?
Yes, several
Yes,
months now.
Okay, okay. Nope. Hang on, 1 second. Which-
Recreation
shoot.
Committee is
Well, just, hang on, let me,
See, first, go ahead, Al.
yes.
Steve, can this come out of the same account as the Senior Advisory Committee study?
No, this is not about the senior center or advisory.
What about
I guess I
the,
don't know what you're asking.
Are you talking about the ARPA funds, Al?
yes,
Okay, yeah, that's a possibility. There's a lot of possibilities with the ARPA funds. You can do a lot of different things with it.
Well, in our park and rec, don't we have like 178,000 or some fund money like that?
We can come back with a list of several.
That's-
We can
to
come
me,
back
that's
with
fund money.
with a
That's
list
funny
of
money,
several
actually.
funding options that you can use to do this. The American Rescue Recovery Act funds is what you're referring to as ARPA for those folks who are in the audience. That is, has about 4 different categories that you can legally expend money out of, with a lot of documentation as to why, how, and where. So that there, you can come back with that if they get to that point. I guess, I have 2 questions, and I think you did a wonderful job putting this brochure together. It'd been nice if we would have had more than one look at it. You provided it to the board. So
Williams and Works did it.
but
They're looking for more.
I'd like to know, when we bring an audit proposal here, and you gotta understand I'm an accountant type person, we have more than one, it'd be nice if we had more than one. Oh, I realize that.
Oh, okay.
But the other side of the thing here is, you made a statement, you said that this is more worthy of a township of our caliber, and I was very impressed by that, thank you. I've tried hard to convince people that we're not what we were 25 years ago.
But we still don't want to be Meridian Township.
Well, I don't know what you want to be. I think there's a lot of people out here in the audience, depending on what night it is, but they want to see the township be. There's a lot of
Oh, they want to see
different
girls in the
different
bush.
opportunities. So, but I was impressed by your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Taylor.
This is a recommendation from the rec committee?
Yes.
Is that why we're not getting multiple? Because they've already,
So they
okay.
reviewed the 3 that were submitted to me from 3 separate consulting firms. And we had 2 meetings of discussing that, and then they came to the conclusion that they wanted to recommend this
Okay.
specific one to you all. I also want to add that if you would like them to come, this firm, the representatives from this firm to come to the next meeting, I can certainly ask if they would be willing to come to answer any additional questions you have or to give a short presentation. But that is obviously up to you all.
At what cost would they want to do that?
That would not be a cost.
Okay, that would be part of it.
Yes.
Well, I'm on the Parks and Rec committee,
Yes,
so
I
I
know.
was involved.
Well,
in
there's no park and
reviewing
rec, you mean the
all of the
recreational advisory.
different presentations. This is a very, very heavy lift, this document, and it's the feeling of the committee, at least I'm just one member, I'll speak for myself, that we want to have a very, very professional document here when we get done. We also want to not write this ourselves, because they're gonna get this done in about a year, and then we will be competitive for grant
Oh, I
in about
understand
a
that,
year.
yes.
If we were to try to do this ourselves, it would look like it, and it wouldn't be competitive.
See, I'm,
Yeah,
so what
and-
you're saying is in the
I'm
past.
just telling you
Okay.
my feelings on it, so I really support this, but I've been involved in it the whole way.
Okay. Sherry, you had,
Where are they gonna do these trails, the non-motorized pathways? Is there a place that's in mind?
So this is just an inventory of what we have, and Miles can speak to that plan a little better than I can, since it's more in his wheelhouse. But they take an inventory of our sidewalks and any non-motorized pathway that people can take to get from place to place. And then they look at the future planning of expanding that and how the township can better utilize non-motorized transportation.
so this is very similar to the safe routes to school. No?
No.
It's not, okay.
It
comprises some of the same information.
Yes, some of the same analyses would
You just
be
have different
similar,
people who are.
but the end result is very different.
They'd also be looking at DNR land, they'd be looking
Right.
at Bengal, they'd be
But-
looking at
But it's still,
Robson
I mean, we
Road Park.
paid $20,000 for, who was it? whoever that is.
And that was just
And
for a
that-
very specific area
that
and
was-
only sidewalks. So that didn't
No.
include any other form of non-motorized transportation.
That's what I guess I'm trying to figure
The
out.
last
here.
time we had our non-motorized done was in 2009 by Spicer Group.
Right, well, I knew it'd been a long time. I'm just not real, for me personally, and that's how we're phrasing it, I'm not real sure of a contracting with an agency.
Well, I did the
That's-
last two, and they are, I would agree.
They are
with
very
that.
difficult,
Heavy
there's
lift.
no question, I would agree with that. That's the whole point, but it's, well, go ahead, Ryan.
Do you all have the capacity to do this?
No.
And that's why you are thinking this route?
Yes.
Okay.
If we were to be able to do this, it would not take us a year. It would unfortunately take us longer. And if we did try to do it in a year, like Mr. Bunzy said, it would show and it would be rushed.
So the 13,320, does that get us no community engagement? Those underneath are add-ons, right? Sort of à la carte?
I believe so, yes. But, so looking above, I can double check on that, because I thought that it still included some of the community engagement, but I will verify what it included.
We'd really want it to, right?
Yes, of course, but I can, verify what exactly it included, or if it didn't include any of the community engagement, and this was specifically separate.
Do you think we need to pay the $12.50 to have them submit to the DNR?
That was optional, they just asked if I wanted that included. but
I know, I'm asking you though, do you?
Yeah, I mean, that's not
Okay.
a super difficult, process.
And then according to the, what you said about the non-motorized pathways, is they would sort of be able to double do the work, or do more than one piece of work at the same time, but the price is more than double. It's hard to see the savings in that.
So that was part of what I wanted to ask them too, was that if they were not, if that pricing was if it was not done at the same time.
Oh.
If they were not doing those.
Separately, got
The
it.
community engagement for both at the same time. So that was going to be part of my follow-up questioning with them after discussing this with you all.
That would be helpful. And then the last thing, and I think I've said this to you before about other plans, but if we could find ways, and you sort of said it, to go where our community is, to go to churches and HOAs, and rather than asking them to come to open houses, and, you know, we ask them to do an online community survey, it feels like every quarter.
Yes.
There might be some, I think the add-ons are helpful, but maybe some more targeted add-ons.
I'm still having a problem with contracting, and maybe that's just me. I don't, when the term is used that this is very professional, and we've never had a professional before, all of our other five-year plans were not. Whether they were followed or not, they simply were not appropriate. They were not complete.
They
But
were
that-
never complete to the requirements of what the DNR requires, but they were not competitive with other communities if they would have been submitted for grants.
And we're competitive with other communities for the grants. So the money being spent here for contracts couldn't be spent for someone who does grants?
So I don't understand your question, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
instead of paying 5 to 6 other people, contracting with them, wherever that money's gonna come from, you would put money into someone who writes grants.
No, we have to have this plan in order to
But
submit for
that's
grants.
correct.
Without this
And-
plan, we cannot submit for
No,
DNR.
I understand that, so I guess what I'm saying is, our recreational, and trustee Benzie had said this, they wouldn't be able to do it, they'd be behind. They're gonna take a year to complete this 5-year plan. For us to have our own committees do that, it's gonna take
How long did
10
it take
years?
the last one?
I don't know, I wasn't here.
Well,
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Almost
It was over
2
a year and a
years.
half.
Okay,
The last
so
one.
we're talking, that's not putting any pressure on them to finish it. In other words, that was just whatever you guys can do, you do it. And that was
And
Park
that was
Rec-
it being my sole focus.
And that was the Park and
Period of
Recreation
time.
Committee, correct? Is that-
Staff, mostly.
Okay,
I did
Volunteers just can't do this type of work, Marie. It's too much. It's too specific, it's
No,
too
I-
nuanced. They should provide like some leadership and certainly be the engagement, but the actual.
We've reached that stage financially.
But the actual creation of the plan, it's just too complex for volunteers who meet an hour or two a month to be able to put together. They'd have to double down on that work, and I think it'd be too much to ask for volunteers.
But we don't have a Park and Recreation Committee. We have the Recreational Advisory Committee, correct? So that's the difference.
The difference in what?
The difference in the number of people who are involved. Is that-
No.
That doesn't
No,
really
okay.
play into it as much.
Okay. Okay.
So just so that I have guidance moving forward, so I believe I understand the questions that I need to go back to ask this firm. Is there a desire for them to come to your next meeting to answer any questions, or are you comfortable with me?
I'm liking Joe.
Okay.
Okay. We've got 10 minutes, guys, unless we decide and we take a vote that we're going to extend it. This is the petition to abandon the portion of the Webster right-of-way. And I'm going to put a motion in before you go ahead and do your thing, which is greatly appreciated. But my motion's going to be that we open this up to a committee of a whole. So that we can have an exchange of what's going on. So it's up to you.
I have a question. If our board policy says that we only operate till 9 o'clock.
Correct.
You have 10 minutes. If you open it up to the committee of whole, you have 6-minute terms instead of 3-minute terms.
That's correct.
So what are you gonna have one term in 4 minutes, or what are you gonna do? My math might be off a little bit.
No, your math's not off at all. What happens with something like that, as far as that's what you're gonna have to figure out, is we will have the committee as a whole. It will be determined by this board whether you continue with it. If you don't, then that committee of a whole is dissolved, and whatever you have to say, you don't say, you just take it home with you. That's basically what that is.
Well, technically, our board rules say we can't start new topics after 9.
That's correct.
So if we started it before 9, we could continue it.
But you still have to vote to continue.
No,
Okay, whatever you want to do, you don't have to vote. Okay,
that's what the board rules say.
sure. All right, so that's what we'll leave it at.
They do.
And that's okay, it doesn't bother me at all. If that's what my motion is, that we go into a committee of the whole, so that there can be a discussion. Now, realizing you already had people here who made comments with public comments because they didn't know whether we would go into a committee of the whole. My statement was that obviously that's needed because there is a lot here that is not understood, and it needs to be very clear. You know, what's going on. When you abandon property, that's a pretty substantial piece. So, I am making a motion, I need a second, in order to adopt that discussion. Thank you. So now we'll vote. We have given, well, first of all, is there a discussion of going into a committee as a whole to listen to what it is they say? Because it's been second. There's no discussion, then we'll vote.
Mr. Rosecrans?
No.
Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Wisswasser?
No.
Mr. Benzi?
No.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Mr. Funes Bliss?
No.
Okay. So it looks as if Superintendent Hildebrand, that confirms it, that there will be no committee as a whole, so I apologize for that. But you're going to be explaining what it is?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. So per the board's approval back earlier this year, the Clinton County Road Commission worked with, they tried to enter into an agreement with Spicer Group, who had previously done survey work for the township in this area, and Spicer Group did not respond, so they moved on and worked with a company called ENG Incorporated to survey the right-of-way at the southern portion of Webster Road. The township received the attached survey exhibits, which is the large pieces of paper that were in your packets. For those of you that get a printed packet, we made some additional that are at the podium. And after analysis, and this is discussion, I should point out, because it's been asked if there are notes or there are meeting minutes, but it was discussion by the Clinton County Road Commission, the Clinton County Drain Commission, and Bath Charter Township of the 3 attached exhibits, and some, as well as some site visits to the area that, in my opinion, the right-of-way, and we've heard it used both as right-of-way and easement. Easement, I don't use those words interchangeably, but I think there are some here that are using them interchangeably. Easements are usually, in my world, access to a utility, so SCUMA, sewer lines, consumers' power lines, or other drains of that nature. So that the right-of-way, which is what the public is allowed to use to access the Park Lake Nature Trail as it is currently proposed in, that it doesn't align with where the water control structure is for Park Lake, or the township's initial piece of land where people have been moving from Mr. Terramy's side drive towards the trail. There's a walking path that you can kind of see that's been worn into the landscape. This instead goes through a large drainage ditch and ends up going to another piece of our property that is southeast of the initial trail where it's been worn to this point. As a result of these documents, the property owners, and some of those are listed, Mr. Teramy is listed, as well as the old Boyles Smiths, I don't want to miss you, have signed this petition. Bless you. This situation is one where all property owners have to agree to abandon, or the road commission will not abandon. Bath Township is a property owner, as well as the Drain Commission is a property owner. So both entities are being asked to consider this, because if we don't agree, this will not move to the road commission for abandonment. So we are not abandoning the property that the township has around Park Lake. What we are abandoning is the right-of-way that accompanies the private drive that moves down to the southern end, ending at Mr. Terramy's house. Included in that is an access, I believe, for Mr. Dave Johnson and his wife, who own Hamlet Sod Farm. I hope thank you. I didn't want to butcher that, but I knew I was butchering that. And they put that property into a PA, I believe, 216, which preserves it as farmland. 116, thank you. Preserves it as farmland that cannot be developed at this time. And so they have access to that end, that southern end of Webster Road as well. But they don't own property adjacent to the right-of-way, so they're not listed on this petition. So I brought this to this board. You have the overhead drawings. What is not illustrated here is I do, in addition, have photographs of the stakes and of the property. I do have those, and I can include those if you would like. I can send those out, or I can include those at a future meeting. I simply wanted to put this on so that the discussion could begin on this process and whether or not Bath Charter Township was going to be involved in this process.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ring the bell.
I have a bunch, so bear with me here. I know that there is a 1950s court ruling that was taken into consideration with the, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm understanding, is that they've conducted research. I don't know that Mr. Kotke would agree that this is accurate of that. and I won't speak for him, but it is my understanding that they took the previous Spicer Group survey and any previous documents that they were able to locate and worked that into this survey.
Since this isn't up for vote today, could we ask the surveyors if they looked at?
We certainly could.
Because I think that would be helpful, and I know folks have quoted that ruling before.
The library, I think you're referring to the library.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Have you discussed this with the road commission at all? It was interesting to hear Judy say that they said there's no way that they would do it and we shouldn't do it either. The drain commissioner.
The road commission has indicated that they see no issue if all the land.
I meant the drain commissioner.
It's difficult to ascertain because the drain commission has indicated that the bridge that is for the water control structure is not a footbridge. It was never intended to be a footbridge, and the people should not be on it. It has been made very clear to me by the drain commissioner that that was not the intention, and that it is to be used by only drain commission workers that are either lowering or raising the lake level. So it's
not me.
So not you, not me either. So, in fact, you would have to walk around, and when you walk around the drain commission's, there's a rocky embankment. You're actually on Mr. Terramy's land, at which point you walk around the drain commission's structure.
Would it be possible to build a bridge over that?
It is correct. It is correct.
I can show you on the registry of deeds.
It's correct.
The property lines go right down the center of the road.
Would it be possible to actually build a bridge over the water there?
It would have to be done separately.
Right, I'm saying separate from the water control structure. We could erect a bridge over the water. That little water.
I don't know what's happening right now.
I don't know either.
Okay.
I only care about my question.
Carry on.
So, but that, in order to get people to not walk on other people's land and not walk across the water structure.
The drain commission would have to agree to have that as part of an easement to cover their easement to access their property is to access it for utility purposes.
I mean, more like, I get that. Architecturally, that is possible, that could
It
work,
would have to
right?
be negotiated with them.
Right, but like, the land, that could work.
Yes,
Okay.
physically, yes. I think so.
And then how would folks, because what I understand is we would sort of give up the public right to the road at a certain point. How
There's no public right to the road right now.
That's not true.
then what are we giving up?
You have to walk alongside the asphalt structure is the right of way. That is not a public road. The road commission has told me that they stop at the sign, they plow snow to that point in time, and then they do not plow any further.
But is that I mean, I don't want to be confrontational, but is
maintain
that,
the road.
but that doesn't necessarily make it not a road. Like, they've just made a choice not to do that?
It's not a publicly maintained road. To my understanding, the Terramys and the O'Boyles have been paying for the maintenance. of
Yeah,
it.
I mean, I heard that loud and clear, but
Okay.
so the road commission has made a decision about that. There's no like court or surveying that says, okay. So back to my original question, could people still, if we were to approve this and it goes through the process, could people still access the publicly owned lands back there?
It would have to be negotiated as part of the abandonment. There would have to be an easement created specifically for the trail.
And that easement would come from the private property owners?
Correct. It would come from the private landowners as well as the drain commission and the township.
So there is a chance that that couldn't happen if we couldn't come to an agreement?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's it, Marie, right now.
Anybody else have a question?
I got a couple of statements. I made some notes with public comments. The easement, on any easement, and you gotta understand that, probably myself in this room, I probably own more easements and probably deal with more acres of land than anybody in this room. Myself personally, I have 800 acres, so I know I'm pretty familiar with what we're doing here. The easements, drain easements, plow the property owner and its heirs. that states that in any of your work papers you have. And when you have a drain easement that you're paying on with the drain commission, it doesn't matter whether it's us, whether it's Rick, whether it's whoever it is, you are responsible for that. And here's where, I'm not gonna speak for Phil Hannes, but I'm gonna say this, because I understand exactly what he's saying. When you're creating a precedent here by giving somebody permission to walk or travel on a drain easement that will carry out through the entire draining district of the entire county. And this is where they get nervous, because that means that you can have an easement taken for the trail right across my property. I have the beginning ditch that drains my fields, that's behind my home farm, that runs through my woods, through my swamp, to Mud Creek, and it's called the Mud Creek Drain. I pay an easement on that to the drain commission for cleaning for the Looking Glass River, because it hooks to the Looking Glass River and everything else. And that's where he's coming up with this business of easements. They get nervous about that, because I've already heard it. I'm in the farm community. Everybody in this county is concerned about this road down here, this easement. Because if they do it here, what are they gonna do? They're gonna go to everybody's farm in the entire county, and they're gonna say, okay, we can put a trail across anybody's property we want. All we gotta do is just apply and get it. That's where they're getting nervous. That's where the drain commission's getting nervous. Another thing you're talking about two different things. You're talking about a roadway abandonment, and unfortunately, you heard him say, Mr. Termy said it, and everybody knows, the roadway right-of-way is what they use for an easement to get to the drain. They had to get to the drain, to take and repair the drain, to make the repair to the spillway to the lake. Some people call it a dike, my folks call it a dike. I like it referred to as a spillway, because that's what it should be referred to. I'm a little more modern. But that's what they needed to do. They needed to get there to get to that thing. And I think, and I'm not for or against at this point, but this is where I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna caution you all. You're biting two pieces of the apple here. The goal was, and Mr. Yurkon was in here, and I was on the Park Lake Advisory Board, clear back in whatever years it was, I don't know, when they first started. He presented every meeting lake levels, what the lake level was, and when they were losing water out of Park Lake, they weren't getting water, they needed to make changes. There was dirt that came and they excavated out, and for not only the building down over the hill, but for this building right here beside of us, that went down there and it started that burn process. After that, I was gone in 2008, they did 13, obviously they did all this. That's what that was put in there, and the spillway was rebuilt for the preservation of the lake level of Park Lake. Somewhere along the line, and I wasn't here, so shame on me for not being here, but you folks decided I didn't need to be here for about 8 years, so I was gone. but somewhere along the line, you went from having a lake level issue, and Mr. Yurkon's reports and all the Park Lake Advisory meetings about what the lake level was, and they got, Judy is exactly right, they got involved in it, and it was a three-party deal. I looked it up. The County Drain Commission got a grant paid for it, the county paid for a piece of it, and the homeowners have a lake level assessment that was put on their house and their property. The same as what I have them put on my property when they come to my farms and they take and they do a cleaning of the drain. I pay for that because that's my baby.
Yep.
And somehow we went from that to a trail. That's where I got off on board. I wasn't here for that, so I don't know where we come up with the trail. But you're not talking, everybody's really not put together on everything they're talking about here. I grew up there. There might be one or two of you in the room that spend as much time in that property as I did, but I mean, I'm a Park Laker. I'm a Laker. That's what we refer to if you've been around here for a lot of years. And the thing about it is, I grew up over there. I hunted over there. I fished over there. But I did everything you could do. We rode snowmobiles over there. We had campfires on the island. You did whatever you want to do, but things were different than what they are today. Today, you can own 80 acres of land and have a 40-acre piece of land right next to you. And if your neighbor has a campfire, has something over there that your other neighbor don't like, then they'll get called the officials on you, and they're going to turn you in. We live in a very flexible society today, And that's what we have to deal with, is with everybody's feelings and how they feel about what they wanna do. But these are the things I picked up on this conversation we had this morning, or earlier, it seemed like this morning, but earlier here in this meeting. Oh, I've been here all day, it's been a long day. And that's what it is, but you're talking about different things here. The abandonment of the road, I'm gonna say this too, and this happens on all these little short streets that go through Park Lake. There's been lots of abandonment. My dad owned a piece of land at the end of Jackson Court, that got abandoned, and got sold 2 or 3 times, and who knows who owns it. But the abandonment of the road, here's the thing, Township don't own the road. You don't pay Act 51 money, you don't get gas tax money, and the only ones that get that is counties, cities, and villages. That's who owns roads. Townships do not own roads. We put $600,000 a year, or $700,000, I think you guys wanna do this.
A little more than that.
In the roads, but I mean, we do that for our citizens, so they can have good roads, but we don't own them. County owns them. So we're not giving away something that we don't own it, we don't own it to give it away. That's the point right there. That's another thing we picked out in our conversation we had here. The CIP proposal. Well, here we go with the A word again. You love this one, Ray. And it's either allocated or adopted, you know, and you know, that's what that means. But you really gotta figure out how you're gonna get around, how you're gonna get down there and make everybody happy. Because what you got, you can't, I can tell you right now, the drain commission is not gonna be in favor of doing an easement on a drain easement, or doing a walkway on a drain easement, because it's just, it opens the door to too many other things. It's not just Little Bath Township here, you have hundreds of thousands of acres of land, especially in Clinton County, that this affects. And actually, we're part of the Remy Chandler Drain Board, and associated, I was on that board for a lot of years, that's an interesting part too. But here, the Remy Chandler drain system starts right there, it starts in East Lansing, but the big piece of that is these drains and whatnot that come out of Park Lake, that go across Talmadge Farms. Incidentally, they're not a sod farm anymore, they haven't raised sod in several years, they are a regular crop farm, they're registered with USDA, they do everything they're supposed to do for environmental reasons, and they are a crop farm. Dave Johnson and his wife Elaine are crop farmers, they're not,
I apologize.
they're not sod farmers. There was a lot of times when back in the Park Lake Advisory Board days, when I heard a lot of people complain about the black cloud of dust that came over Park Lake. And some of you people are here, heard that, and they said it was because of the sod, because the people took the sod off and the muck blew, and that was what the deal was. Well, today they don't have that because they don't have sod, they have crops, they have row crops, they grow corn, wheat, and soybeans out there, and that's what they do. But there's where you're at with some of this stuff. I don't know where you're gonna go with it. I don't even know how I feel about it, because I love the lake, I love the people, but I think you're wrong about your easement stuff, and you're wrong about your right-of-way stuff. You're trying to use the road as an access to get to where you can get to your trail, and you can't even get over the bridge. You can't even get over the water control structure without having some sort of a more thought put into this. Maybe you need more people that need to go to more of these meetings. I went to one of these meetings, you was invited, I didn't see you there, but I went to one of these meetings, the first one they had, I sat into it and listened to some of it.
Was I invited to?
I think you were, I would imagine, I would invite you.
Well, you should
If I was in charge, well, I'm not in charge of anything.
You're mine, forward.
But that's what I got out of this, we're 10 minutes over 9 o'clock. This isn't done, it's gonna take more discussion.
Thank you.
I just don't think you can't do what you're trying to do here. You didn't start out doing this, you started out with lake level reviews with John Yurcon at Park Lake Advisory Board to improve the lake and the quality of the lake and the water and everything else. And you got that done, and there's nothing wrong with being a little bit greedy in this case, but you wanted to go a little farther, you wanted to know, well, we're gonna put a trail around here. And that's how you got to where you're at. But like I said, I refuse to take a stance on it right now, because I believe in letting people decide things a little bit, but I don't believe in good money at the back. Well, the last thing I'll say is Spicer Group was involved in this. I think you talked about that. That they spent a lot of money, I know Rick said this too, but they said they spent $1 million and they did this, they did that. The Spicer Group proposal, which you was part of that at board, so you know, Ryan, it was $2.2 million to put this trail in. And it created a lot of stuff that was involved in that. Maybe this thing you got going with these folks right here, maybe this has got something to work with. I don't know, but that's where you're at with it.
Steve, could I clarify something you said?
Yeah.
You said you are off about what you're trying to do here. Were you talking about the abandonment or the trail?
Saying that you're abandoning the road and you're giving something away, that's where you're off. It isn't yours to give away.
Okay.
It's your easement, you have the right of way, because you're the municipality, the road commission wants your blessing to go ahead and do that. And Doug Sage said it, he said there used to be lots of accesses all the way around the lake where people had access to the lake, and they kind of went away. And they went away with flexible times, they didn't go away with people. There's flexible people, I guess you could say, because as new owners moved in and everybody says, not on my property, that's what they went away. There was one of my folks' backyard, Duluth Street, that ended up right in the backyard, right down the road from Ray.
It's still there.
It's still there, it's still there.
It's hard to get by for that one, it's still there.
Guys, we don't have a committee of a whole, so.
There's other ones,
Keep your comments.
but it's just, that's what I'm referring to. It's
That's helpful, thank you.
The right of way is something that the township totally has control of, and that gets the property back to the property owners. But the unique thing about that is the drain commission is one of the owners as well. And so they get the easement, and they still have the easement. Easement follows the property. Wherever that drain easement goes, that berm, that everything else, it's always gonna be there. It's gonna be partly on the Smith property where it comes across the road. Chester Zavastosky owned your property before you did years and years ago. I know for a fact that went across the road because he was my home. And that's the bottom line right there.
All right, anybody else get it? You're up. Go ahead.
Sorry, we own the piece of land north of the Clinton County drain land piece, right?
We own, actually, we own all the way around it, except for Mr. Tierney's property. So we own, north is where we were planning to put the public parking, I believe. It's where the spoils from the spillover went to.
So south,
yep. And so then we
east of
own
that, we own
southeast of
that piece. Is that too wet to be able to walk from the piece from the north to the larger trail?
I can't answer that.
Yes, it is. I tried.
No, hold on, I know, I understand.
That's
why
helpful.
I wanted the committee of a whole, but you guys take them home with you.
Right.
That's,
How about public comment?
well, we're still waiting.
Yeah, we should got time.
Can I have a turn, Madam Chair?
Of course you can, I'm waiting, because I have one.
First thing, I'd like to welcome you all to the beginnings of this discussion. I'm really glad you're all here. I was on the Park Lake Committee with Treasurer Bushwasher all those years ago. And because of that, I got to know all of the drain commissioners that have served since I started there. And they have the right to change their mind. And at one time, they said to me, and publicly, you can walk on our easements. Okay? And then they changed their mind. I didn't know why until Treasurer Wishwasher just told me it's a much bigger issue walking on these easements. And they changed their mind. So they don't want anybody at this time walking on their easements. The other piece of this is, in this petition, there's an absent signature here of the drain commissioner. He has not weighed in on this issue whatsoever yet. And he's a major player here, so I'm waiting to see what he has to say. Okay, because they really do control everything that we've been talking about tonight as far as walking on their property goes. So we're gonna have to see from them what they will accept. Okay? So I'm waiting to see that, okay? The other issue that I see here as a former planning commissioner of many years is, many years ago, we abandoned development on private roads. We don't do development on private roads in that township anymore. So if we were to grant this request as requested, okay, we would then be changing your development to a private road development. which we don't do anymore. Okay, so those are the issues that I see, that we have, the questions that we have to get answered, okay, as we move forward in looking at all of the solutions here.
Because I have a couple questions.
I have one for you too.
Okay,
You
shoot.
said that there were other signatures missing. Whose is missing? You said there were signatures missing on the petition.
Us.
Our signature, the drain commissioner's signature.
Yes, we're the only two landowners, yeah.
Because that's what, no, well,
Okay.
Mike, I'm glad you brought that. up.
Okay.
'Cause in-
I heard you say that, and I wasn't sure what you meant.
I-
Yeah.
Oh, sorry if I said that.
No, I just wondered what you meant.
If there's nothing that's missing so much as it is more there. When it says to Bath Township, when I looked at this petition, and I talked with Mr. Boyle about it too, in fact, we talked for quite a while, which was very enlightening. But what it was that I was concerned about, one of my concerns, is the fact that you have a number of people, which you can legally do this, there's 3 of them, who aren't on Webster Road. So that means that they're making decisions for what's happening on Webster Road.
I believe that
Simply
happened with
because
Cherry
they're
Street.
Bath Township.
Yeah.
Okay?
I believe the Cherry Street one had additional signatures as well.
No, we had 4. But Cherry Street has nothing to do with this.
You have to have 7.
When I looked at this, no, you don't.
Well, that's what it says in here in their
I know
forms.
that's what it says in here, but according, that's Mark. It's kind of interesting, the difference in, if you want to compare Cherry Street to this one.
There's only 4 property owners involved here.
That's what I'm, with the petition, you've got numerous people who aren't on Webster Road. And I was a little concerned because that means that I could make a decision for Steve, for example, or I could make a decision on Park Lake, because I'm a freeholder in Bath Township. So, and
It
Mr.
says
Boyle
the
and I
petition
talked
must
about
be
that.
signed by 7 or more freeholders.
And it says within Bath Township, not within Webster Road. So that's a little concern for me. My second concern that I
But I'm
have-
sorry, Marie, could I ask you a question? Isn't that the law? Isn't that,
What?
this is saying that it's MCL 224.18?
When in fact you have a freeholder that you sign, what this means is that those who are contiguous to that property or who have an interest in it, but more or less who's contiguous to it.
But that's not what this says, the law
No, it
says.
doesn't say that. I understand that.
I just am trying to understand, are you
Well,
saying this form from the
I'm
road
saying-
commission
I'm
is wrong,
saying
or that
those
the
are my-
law is
Those are my
wrong?
concerns, is that those who are not on Webster Road are making decisions about Webster Road. That was one thing. My second thing, and I'm still trying to, I think I've got this a little better, whether the road commission is abandoning Webster Road or whether they're only abandoning the easement and they still own part of Webster Road. That's the part that I guess I'm still, I know we had a long discussion on it and I had the maps out and, you know, we're looking at them and trying to figure out what are they abandoning? What is Clinton County going to abandon?
Well, since they don't maintain the southern portion, I don't know how to answer your question. I wouldn't know, I don't know if they would still consider themselves as the owners of the portion of the road that leads to the O'Boyles and the Termes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What are we supposed to be adjoined to, which is another one of my third issues, to this petition that, you know, we have? What is it that's being abandoned?
I can ask Mark to join us at our next meeting.
Well, that would be nice because.
And Phil.
Because
Kansas.
that would work, you know, quite nicely to be able to, which I hope at that time, we also can do a committee as a whole, so that there can be a discussion with residents and others to get a better idea of what it is that we're doing. Because right now, it's still, as much as I've talked to Mr. Boyle, and he is so good about his time, of being able to understand exactly what this is going to entail. Because I'm not sure if an easement, I'm not sure how you can abandon an easement and still, and help a
There
lot.
isn't,
Steve
you're
helped a
not
lot.
abandoning, you're abandoning a right of way for people to walk.
Easement falls the property.
The easement's going to
Yeah,
remain
that's-
There is no.
for the utilities.
There is an issue.
Maureen,
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
if we're gonna have a committee of the whole, I think we should start an hour earlier next meeting and run that first, because we're just gonna run into this again.
Oh, no question,
And it'll give us an hour
no question.
of chance to talk with everybody,
So on the 17th, we want to meet at 5 o'clock, not 6 o'clock.
or 4.
Well, before.
Ryan can't make it.
Well, it depends on your schedule. Can you get off work? Is that going to work?
I'd get off work for that.
Okay, okay.
I have two questions about the timing. If we don't approve our participation in this petition as a landowner, does it stop? We must
It's
be.
my understanding that it stops. All landowners have to agree or it stops, is my understanding.
And then what is the time frame that we need? I know the landowners have gotten us this. Is this just waiting for us?
When the road commission receives it, they have a particular amount of time to act upon it.
So we can sit and talk on this till the cows come home.
They don't have many cows back there.
No,
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the commissioners would, but hey, they don't have to face it, they don't have to face it. That's. But it would really help to be able to have questions that are there that we may have, or not even know that we have it.
Sure.
Until someone else says it, and then be able to have it answered. Okay, so what we'd be looking at then is on the 17th. And do I need to do anything special other than announcing it? Because it doesn't really,
We'll public notice it if that's the wish of this board to
well,
start an
that's
hour
what I'm
earlier.
saying, whatever they want to do with it.
I think we should have time dedicated to this.
So we want to start earlier.
Start at 5 o'clock.
Okay. Do you need a motion for starting at 5 o'clock?
I think we need a motion and a roll call.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So if we have the next meeting on January 17th, which is Tuesday because of the holiday, we will be starting at 5 o'clock. Is that, or you want to make it, do you really want to make it 4?
No, Ryan couldn't make
Okay.
it.
So 5 o'clock, so that you all know this. And we will have a committee of a whole, so that can be discussed.
For the first hour.
For, well, wait a minute.
From 5
You're gonna
to
put
6.
time- That's like a 3-minute,
Well, you could have a committee of the whole and you end up with 10 hours.
or you could have, well, not necessarily, or you could have a committee of a whole that lasts 10 minutes, or doesn't last at all.
This will last more than 10 minutes.
So, that's correct, it would be more than 10 minutes, it'd be more than an hour.
I think it's really hard for people who work until 5 to get here for a meeting at 5. And if we're looking for public engagement and committee of the whole, we may be either excluding people or they may end up coming,
You have a
15,
problem
30
being
minute
verified?
late. No, but I know that
Okay.
I'm one person and we're looking for lots of involvement by lots of folks here that I know are professional folks that work usually 9 to 5.
Okay. I can do a show of hands. 5 o'clock too early? Hand up.
No.
No, hand up if it's too early. That's my, okay, doesn't seem that's an issue.
Well, these might not be all the people in the township who want to give us their feedback.
For this particular group, which appears to be a pretty good representation of,
I don't know how you're reading who's a good representation or not, but I don't think there's everyone here in the township who might want to voice their concerns in the
guys
room
with good
today.
representation. So 5 o'clock it is.
How about a special, like a town hall meeting?
I would love a town hall meeting, but the closest I can get is meeting of a whole, meeting of a whole. So if that's where we're at, because we'll be here, that's what we'll have. And no, we will not put an hour on it, there won't be a frame on it, no, I'm sorry, but you can't. So the motion is that there'll be a committee of a whole on the 17th of January, starting at 5 o'clock.
For this issue.
For this issue alone, that's all you can do.
Okay.
When you have a committee of a whole, you only take the issue that's at hand, and then maybe you could understand it a little clearer.
There's not been a second yet.
I know, I need a second. I'm waiting. So, thank you. So the second is there.
Is that Cheryl?
Sherry.
Thank
We
you,
have a
Sherry.
little more discussion. I certainly don't mind doing that.
Okay.
I would suggest that we invite the drain commissioner to join us.
I will.
That's-
And the road
oh,
commission.
And the
I think
road
in the road
commission
commission, and I
also.
think that makes it.
Is there anybody else the board wants to invite?
Because that's like
to
a
this?
town hall meeting, in a sense. It's just that we have to be here. That's our, it's not
Correct.
like we're doing it a different day.
But if we're gonna do this, they'll have questions that they want to hear what the drain commissioner has to say.
Sure.
And what the
I
road
think that makes
commission
sense.
has to say.
I would have said
So I would
that. Thank
like
you.
those players here.
Okay,
I missed what you said though, Joe. Was it just the drain and the road commission?
yes,
Yes,
those are the
so
two.
far. Is there
Okay.
somebody else that you'd like to?
Maybe the Johnsons, because they have an access to
Okay.
this, but
Now, the Johnsons are up here.
All adjacent, all landowners should be present at this. I mean, you
Well,
can't,
they
if you did this at the planning commission level,
They get a letter.
who's gonna do it, they give a letter. And that's the way this should be done.
Well, this is a
Adjacent
committee,
property owner should
this
get
is
a letter.
different.
It's not different.
Yes, it is
No,
different.
It's only different because that's the way you don't
All,
look at it.
all adjacent landowners should get a letter.
Oh, Steve, I gotta take you home with me.
I got it. We can do something similar within
Yes, we
300
can.
feet, and Miles can do that.
Yeah,
He can assist me. And we can send a notice to the people within 300 feet.
that's the way it ought to be done. They should get written notification.
Yep.
I think
I would
we
suggest
could,
Landowners, property owners around the lake, we pay for this, we'd like notice.
my suggestion was going to be Friends of Park Lake and Park Lake Advisory Board. I don't think we should hold the meeting if they can't be here, but I think they should get a special phone call or email, or someone should outreach to them.
There's something you wanna think about, what building are you gonna have this meeting in?
Right here.
I don't, you're not gonna do that, cause I collect.
Why not?
I can only have 68
And
people.
anybody that's
Yes.
connected to the Park Lake drain and the lake level drain, you're gonna
So,
far
what
exceed
you-
the number of capacity of what
68.
goes in this road. It's more than
So-
68 people.
Well, that doesn't mean they'll be here. But, so
Well,
what you're
You might
saying,
wanna plan for that.
so what you're saying is instead of the 17th, a regular meeting, you actually want to move it and create a town hall meeting.
You might have to.
No, we didn't say that.
You might have to.
Well, that's
You want to have
what,
it that way?
Well, I don't think that what I want, all I'm saying is
That's-
that little sticker right up there
Yeah,
says this,
that's
the
exactly
capacity
right.
is 68. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you have more than 68 people in the
that
Park
will be
Lake
notified. That's
lake
correct.
level drain thing, of what Judy just said, what she'd like to have there, as well as the Friends of Park Lake, she's probably real familiar with how many people gets one of them letters. I read my mother's this
I
last
have-
weekend when I was paying her bills, but
I-
you're gonna have more there than what you want,
Okay.
and you're gonna, I ain't gonna say what you want, but more than what you can have in here.
Where would you like for me to move it to?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. All right, anybody else got an idea?
Any other township facility that can host us, I think the staff could figure out where that could be.
I think I could figure it out all by myself.
Then why did you ask us the question?
That's what because I'm assuming that you, as the board, the legislative body, would have an idea of what he
I
said.
would like it determined,
So-
because if we send out a mailer, we need to have.
Sure,
communication.
exactly, and that's what I'm asking.
I
Is
think
there-
BCC holds 150 or 60.
Where's BCC? Oh.
The community center.
Center,
Holds 150 to 60, but the parking is not good.
No.
not for 160 people. You
But it will hold
don't-
that many
But
in
it'll
the
hold that
building.
many.
That and you
Okay,
don't have a
that's-
recording to be able to record it.
You can, that's not an issue.
Years ago, you had.
Seems to be here.
Years ago, you had the Ramey Chandler Drain extension where they went through and they charged everybody for that. We held 3 different meetings at 3 different times for 3 different groups of people to take.
Is that what you want to do? Because that would be fine for me.
Because, and what it was, is it was a public hearing where they could come in and they could find out what their drain assessment was gonna cost them. And most of them, some of them was 30 cents. And these people would get in here and they'd find out that this thing was gonna cost them 30 cents, and up they go and out the door they go.
Yep.
I mean, that's, you gotta think about these things, because that's what you're dealing with here.
Well, it's better than making a decision without having all of the information. And that's my big point, is that there needs to be a flow of information. Now, obviously, you have information that's shareable for others. So I'm just asking, guys got any thoughts on where to have it? If you-
School auditorium down there with comfy chairs and.
Comfy chairs.
We,
So you can come in
we
there
have
and-
a severe inability at this time to coordinate with this school, and
Why is that?
they're short staffed.
talked to one of them today, talked to their tax person today.
I'll try to talk to their superintendent if that's helpful, but, it's very difficult to reserve their space. But I
What
can
the
try.
travel,
You're thinking like I'm thinking.
Okay.
like if
That's fine,
any
too.
of the parking's there, the community center, there you can park there and walk.
Lakeside. On the corner of Webster and Parkway. I don't know anything about that space.
Capacity's what, 130?
Is that what it is, about 130?
168. It's 100 and something.
That's the church?
Mhm.
I don't think we should have public meetings in religious spaces. Not everyone's gonna feel comfortable in that space.
I was talking to the community center.
Oh,
BCC?
And see if we could park at the
Yeah.
church? Is that what you were going at?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, we could park at the church, but I'm saying the back community center, I think holds about
150, 60.
something like that,
Yeah.
150.
Yeah,
Which
that's
would
what
be,
she's saying.
I think that would be,
It just doesn't have the parking.
well,
Yeah, we could
everybody
park.
in close proximity could walk, you could walk. I
I
could walk.
I mean, I think we've ceded the facilities of our meeting to Karen, so I think we should tell her what we want it to be, and she can find the right space. We could be here all night dreaming of where we could meet.
No, she needs to know, so, and send me.
I'm gonna work with the BCC.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Do you want me to put it in the paper?
If there's a public, that it's going to be like a town hall meeting, that's what it's gonna be like.
Is that what you want?
Yep,
Okay.
that's what, 100 and some odd bucks to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just to verify this, are we voting on this? This is
Well,
not a town hall
no.
meeting, this is a meeting to discuss.
No, it is a
the
town hall meeting,
trail
because that's what it's turned
and-
into.
And road abandonment.
Yep, and that would be the issue, is however, turn
The
that
answer
on,
is yes, Steve.
on the agenda.
But a town hall meeting means that we don't have the formality, and
No.
we don't vote, and we don't call the meeting to order. It's sort of open
It
forum.
is a very open forum. When you have a township, when you have a town hall meeting, it is very open in that respect. However,
Have you ever had any town hall meetings, Marie?
once,
Oh,
yeah, in the district down by Detroit,
oh.
so, okay. But
So are we gonna
anyway,
have the meeting, our board meeting afterwards?
Well, that's the question.
You would have,
That's-
you would
Come
have
back
to
up
do a
here?
regularly
You would have a
scheduled
regular
meeting
scheduled
at 6
meeting
PM for
at-
here.
No, for there.
Oh,
Whatever
for
your
here.
No,
town
you
hall-
can't have
your-
recording.
No,
5 PM.
your town hall meeting is opened, and then you close it. And
Yeah.
our meeting can be, and as for the filming of that, anyone can do that with, yeah, so that's not an issue.
That is an issue.
That is, it's not gonna be quality. It's hard enough in this room with the technology we have.
I think you would have to come back here.
Yeah, you would.
Okay, you guys, now wait a
Should we
minute.
do it
Think of
on
the
a different
logistics
night?
of this one. If you're gonna be at, well, just think about it for a minute. If you're going to be at the center, and you're gonna be more than an hour, because you are, an hour's not, I don't think you can put a time on it.
Then what you need to
Um,
adjust is your regularly
then
scheduled meeting that
Your
starts at 6
scheduled
PM.
meeting is going to start later, and you're not going to have an agenda that looks kind of like this agenda.
Well, you gotta publicize it.
And
I don't know
Publicize
what
the
you guys
meeting.
want anymore. I'm just
Well,
saying.
Yeah, we
That's-
can
that's-
control it. It doesn't have to be a
No, it
free.
doesn't have to.
Hold on, let me just say this. It doesn't have to be a free-for-all. We can describe where, we can describe how long, we can have some control. And I think it's really important, Marie, as the chair, that you have control of this meeting so that we get something done.
we are, there will not be a time limit, number one.
Well,
The
we have a
location's going to
regularly
be the
scheduled
BCC.
meeting.
You'll have to if that's what you're
Here.
thinking, it has to be here. I don't, but, you
It's
know,
the way
whatever.
it's the way it's been noticed.
Well, who noticed it?
You did, you approved it.
I didn't
When you
know
approved
It went in the
you approved
paper.
the years, for the years thing.
She hasn't put it in the paper
The full
yet.
year.
Yes,
It
we
went to the
voted on it
paper.
in 2022.
To have the town, wait a minute. Oh, you're talking about.
The board
The
meeting.
regularly scheduled
Yeah, the
meeting.
one that you don't want to put the board of review on. Okay, got it. Yes, so that would have to be changed. The people who come, or the people who you notify in your notice.
So we're no longer
Your
having a
location.
regularly scheduled board.
I don't know, Marie seems to have taken the ownership of this and declared some
Regular
things.
scheduled meeting. No, you did. You turned it into a town hall meeting.
Marie, you just slapped the table, pointed at me, and declared what it was gonna be, so I don't think that's the way it went.
There is not going to be a time limit.
You don't get to decide that. It's a board decision. With all due respect.
Oh, now okay. So, guys, you can't have it both ways. You either have it one way or the other.
Okay, the way that I want it is that you don't control
that's what you
everything. The
want.
board gets to weigh in on it.
That's always good. So what's happening is you've turned it into a town hall meeting with all of the people that are going to be there. So it's going to be at the BCC. Is that what you call it?
Yes.
Okay. And it'll be on the 17th. It'll start at 5 o'clock. And you'll call, what you're calling it is a town hall meeting. Okay? After that
I don't think
meeting-
we should call it a town hall meeting. I think that's another thing that you have added to it.
Why are we moving?
Because we need a bigger space. That doesn't make it a town hall meeting.
So what does it make it?
A board meeting in a different location.
Okay, we're gonna have a board meeting in a different location that's going to be a committee of a whole
On the Webster Road right away.
on the Webster Road right away. Okay.
So on the agenda, it will be the first item under unfinished business.
So do we start here and then move there and then come back?
You guys tell me.
Well, that's,
Is that, do you envision that being discussion or a decision?
Discussion.
Okay.
You could roll the dice, and, you know, maybe if you get, do it in here.
Sure.
hey, that's,
The first 68 people that show up, the first 61 people that show up.
Well, 5 o'clock in the afternoon,
Yeah.
it's gonna make a difference, but it really is. You gotta remember, you're gonna have a couple people here from the drain commission, a couple people here from the road commission, so there's 4 people.
You really should have a video.
Yeah, you'll have 64 slots for other people to be here, and then maybe we can, work with that, I don't know. I've seen
That
many
was
meetings,
85.
many meetings in this place I've seen when people was out in the hallway.
Well, when we had the road meeting about the interchange over here on Marsh Road, we had more than 85.
So here, 5 PM,
17.
17.
Committee
Road
of
commission,
whole.
Drain commission.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commission, Drain Commission.
Okay.
All those in favor?
I'm waiting for the finale, so.
We have is that your motion and a second from Marie and Sherry?
I will change my motion. My motion will be that we will hold a committee of the whole here in this building, starting at 5 o'clock. And following with the regular meeting, which doesn't mean that it's gonna be an hour. It's gonna be following whatever's gonna happen. Because I don't know that there's any way that you could put the time frame. You shouldn't put a time frame on it. No, sorry, you shouldn't.
So it's not part of the regular meeting?
Yes, it would
Well,
be there.
to me, it's part of the regular meeting, but, you know, hey,
You're gonna have to go
I'm
through.
one vote.
All the beginning of the meeting to get to that item, and then there would be a committee of the whole.
well, that's the question, the committee of a whole. Are you going to start it out?
That's why I'm
for-
asking you.
Well,
is-
for that
is this-
exchange, is that what you want to do? Or do you want it?
Because strategic, like, I've never seen this done in this format, so
I know.
I'm asking you.
We had our work sessions, which were an hour or a little longer.
Yes,
And
they
then,
were.
and then we had our starting of our meeting.
Mhm.
And a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence.
So you want it to be a work session?
Yes. Not a,
Under the work session format?
yes.
I can do that.
That makes more sense than the traditional format.
Okay.
Anybody else got anything that they want to discuss about it?
Then there would be 2 separate agendas.
Yes.
Okay.
I call for the question.
But the agenda needs to be much smaller. than
It is.
what
The work session agenda basically.
No, I mean
opens-
our regular agenda, because we won't be able to get it finished.
I have to put on the business I have to put on, so.
Sure. Okay.
Unless you don't wanna get business done. I mean, there's
I'm
things
just
to be
saying
done.
that this is an important piece.
I understand that, but
I
we
don't
have
think
had plenty
we
of
need a time
meetings
frame.
where we have not gotten through the agenda, so.
When have we never gotten to the agenda?
Oh my God, Marie, Jesus. Every other meeting.
Many times, we have not gotten through the agenda. We've carried items.
We've always left
to
something
other
off of.
agendas.
Oh, that's because they decide that this needs to be moved to something else. That's
No,
not.
no, we've actually ran out of time.
You always give your report. The only time.
No,
several times.
I have waived my report for public comment many
Times. Okay. All right, so, and I also have public comments, and we will also have those, I'm sure.
Tonight?
No, not tonight. You can go home. So you're
No,
good.
I think you should have public statements.
That's,
Yeah.
I know, but what I'm saying is I have public statements which will take a longer
let's vote.
time. I'm
Let's,
sorry.
let's vote on
this
it. Huh? You don't have to?
Oh, do we need to vote on that?
Yes,
work
yes.
I
session
think,
one?
yes, we do.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Ms. Challenger, yes. Ms. Butler Challenger, yes. Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Wisswasser?
Yeah.
Mr. Benzi?
Yes.
Ms. Kellerman?
Yes.
Mr. Funes Bliss?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's for the 17th.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna skip superintendent report.
I appreciate that.
Again.
Yep.
Okay. God, I'm gonna have to go back and start looking. Public statement, number 2. Now, since we're gonna have, obviously, the work coming up, are there public statements? I have 2 here that are written.
I have one,
Okay,
just a quick one.
nope.
Let me get up here. Ray Kotke, Park Lake Road, once again. One question, did you all get the letter I sent you? And were you able to look at it?
Yes.
You're the only one I really wanted to know.
I was gonna say, I don't
It's in
think
my
I got
packet.
it, so.
Okay, good.
An email or a letter?
An email.
It's right
Oh,
here.
yes.
Yeah.
And we had an attached letter. And in it there were Clinton County documents
Oh,
taken
maybe
from
I didn't.
Clinton County Fetch GIS with legal descriptions on 3 separate parcels where there is a property line dispute. And that was why I said, when you mentioned the statement that the riprap around the water control structure, you were on Ken Tierney's land, that's not correct. The written legal statements for the property descriptions state that the property line between the north Ken Tierney parcel and Santa Tierney and the Clinton County parcel, the separating property line goes down the very center of the water control structure. And so I questioned when you said.
That's not what the survey shows.
Now, that's another separate issue, okay? I'm talking right now, today, 2023, if you go to the Clinton County Register of Deeds, pull Ken Tierney's deed, pull Clinton County's deed, pull Bath Township's deed, and you look at those 3 intersecting lines, I've sent you all the graphics that you can see. That line goes directly down and it references in writing center line of roadway. It doesn't say sanctioned roadway, it doesn't say abandoned roadway or anything. It says center line of roadway. And in 3 or 4 separate parcels, it references the exact same verbiage. And it's also graphically illustrated on the FetchGIS website. So I guess what I'm questioning and what I did question when I had the police call on me was, if I'm on the center line of the roadway, you know, I could have this foot on Ken Tierney's property and this foot on the county line property. So am I trespassing or not? I say no, because as I said to you people, the roadway per se, whether it's a sanctioned road or not, you have a default 33 right-of-way, 33 feet on each side of the roadway from the center line. Ergo, I wasn't trespassing when I'm in the center of the roadway on the Legacy Land Bridge. And if you look at, and one other thing I wanted to mention is that this survey that was graphically illustrated and sent in your packet today, there was no Google Earth in 1958. That's the survey results, or the survey verbiage that they utilized for that survey that shows that skewed line going down to the south of Ken Tierney's property. It also states, and what you've all seemed to have glossed over, is that it says verbatim, right at the bottom of that verbiage, to the center line of Park Key Drive.
That's on this.
Exactly. So that, what I suggest is that the updated survey that was utilized in the engineering drawings and the subsequent earth moving that was done is different than that legacy survey that you have there. And so, on the
So now we have to determine which survey is correct?
yes, and you also have to determine, and there, now, before you hysterically laugh, read the Fetch GIS website that states, when you're looking at the graphic, the overlay like you have there, of a survey, it's not legal.
We understand that.
Okay.
We know it's within 10 to 20 feet. That's why we don't use Fetch GIS
Okay.
other than to look at overlays.
Well, when you stated in your report that your analysis says that it was off, certainly it could be off by 10 or 20 feet, like you said.
Yeah, no, it's
I
off.
have the same document that I FOIA'd, do you remember?
Yeah.
So I saw it, but that's what I'm trying to say.
And this says it's on Ken Termey's land, so
And it's not.
okay. I'm saying it's not.
Well, I mean, all I can do is go by the register of deeds, you know, if I'm buying his land, that's what I would go by. And incidentally, when this project was done, completed, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Mr. O'Boyle had purchased his property yet. So it seems he would have known this, you know, before he purchased the property, is that correct? Patrick?
I'm waiting for my turn to talk.
Maybe you could answer my question.
Okay.
That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. And again, remember, we're going to have, I have two.
No, you get
Yeah,
one stop.
I know, I'm just telling you that I have two.
We'll
that
put
I
them
have to
off till
read
next
yet.
week.
So, no, we won't, but that's, I'm sorry, you're stuck. Thanks, Pat.
I want to thank you for your time, for listening, taking time to do this, going through this. Either one of the two surveys is incorrect, it doesn't follow. I don't understand survey, I am not a surveyor by trade. I would suggest maybe if we bring potentially ENG here
Well, that's
to the
fine.
meeting as
Okay.
well, to have them show us, because from 1958, addressing what you brought up earlier, the image that is shown in that most recent one dictates where that's at today. And, sorry
No.
for taking those time.
Thank you.
Now, any of you are welcome, I will have a meeting with any of you or all of you at any point between now.
Judy?
Judy Gardy, Chairperson of the Senior Services Advisory Board. Different topic. On the 18th and the 19th, we are having community conversations. Ryan, I'm still waiting for information on your.
We just had elections, Judy. I'm sorry, it changed, and I'm just not sure who it
all
is.
right. Still, the email invitations will be going out this week, so if you have not provided the information for people that you're interested in having invited to conversation, please make sure that Taylor gets them as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. Is there anybody else? Because
Will.
Okay, Will, because I've got two, you got 3 minutes.
Will Tyler White, Main Street, Bath, regarding this petition to access the road or abandon the road. The township has first priority to all this. And this could be quickly and easily ended by the township stating it requests that first priority for the property. And then if these petitioners want to fight it out with the township at some time in the future, then it would get the county out of the picture. But it should be noted, because this ends at a lake or stream or runs adjacent to it, the township or the Department of Natural Resources needs to be notified as well. And they need to come to an agreement about whether access should be still allowed there. So you need that has to be done within 30 days of receiving the notice. So hopefully somebody's already contacted the Department of Natural Resources. But the bottom line is, this is public property. There's no reason why private landowners should be granted this land grab and restrict access to the general public that's been paying for its maintenance and upkeep for hundreds of years. And the lake is not only a local, but a county asset. that should be not denied access to anybody that wants to go down there. I've gone down there myself several times. Seems like it's just, some people want to be left alone, but you can't take public property just to protect your own privacy. So I would recommend that this board assert its right to exercise its first claim to retain all of that abandoned property. And it should have been done years ago. This has been in the works for 15 years. This board and the prior board have been notified about it. This board should have contacted the county a year ago at least, when it knew this project was going through, and it got the report from the Parks and Lakes Committee. They spent a lot of time, a lot of money, hundreds of people involved to try and get this trail going through. And if you don't take action and say that you're going to take your first priority to this property, it will automatically go to the private property owners, and you'll be remiss in your duty to protecting the interests of this township. So please take the correct action and exercise your right and get the county to sign a quick claim deed to that property to the township.
I do not understand why you would side with two people when there are many in favor of the trail. We do not find it funny that the petition only has 3 Webster Road residents and 4 do not live near the lake at all. It seems like this action proves that property owners in question never had legal claim at all. The signs should be removed. The barricades need to be removed. The landowners need to be cited. We really hope that you can do the right thing this time and listen to people who support, or listen to people you're supposed to be representing. This is from Guy and Ann Elsenheimer. This one is from Meg Ritchie. She asked the same thing, this public comment, that I go ahead and read this. The petition to abandon portions of the Webster Road be taken on the agenda. New business, and she mentions 14C on the agenda. There's no information in the packet from Clinton County Road Commission. There's no information from Clinton County Drain Commission. No information from Bath Charter Township. Only a letter from the Bath Township Superintendent. Also, the petition has no date on it. How can the Board of Trustees board discuss this without having any of this information? Thank you, Meg Ritchie. So those were the 2 that I had, that I received. Now I assume, ASSU and me, that most likely we'll have more of these in the next couple of weeks. Okay, that was it. Is there anything else that needs to be, board member comments? Do you want to skip that because of the time? We got like 3 minutes to 10.
I got a question.
Okay.
Taylor, how are we coming on our audio?
I actually sent them an email, I actually sent them an email earlier today, to get an update on the status. We were having some, shipping delays with some of the equipment, when I previously reached out to them the end of November. So hopefully we will get that equipment sometime this month, and then, I'm hoping they can give me an estimated implementation timeline. So I'll have more information hopefully at your next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan,
What?
I guess we're doing board comments.
Oh, I thought we were shutting it down.
So-
The only thing that I would say
have
is
questions.
that there's several folks on social media when talking about this issue who are accusing board members of taking bribes on this issue. I just want to be real clear. The property owners have not bribed us. This is the first time we've discussed this issue. We have to discuss it because we have to sign on or not sign on to the document for it to move on. So I just want to ask people to check their facts before they start spreading misinformation. Nobody up here is getting any money from anybody to abandon any roads, as far as I know.
Darn, it was my opportunity.
I just want to let everybody know, the Bath and Wood Review ceased their publications December 4th, and that's where we put all of our notifications in. So we're going to switch our notifications over to the Lansing State Journal, and they'll still be published on Sundays. But they'll also be published, I believe, 7 days on the website, on their publication on the website. So,
I'll go last, so,
I have nothing.
nothing, okay.
I'd like to thank all the warriors in the audience who sat through all of this.
Okay, Sherry? No comment? All right, what I've got is shout outs, basically, for our football and our volleyball. Our football, which I thought this was the State Journal, is Bradley, I'm gonna name this name, so I apologize ahead of time. Unman, does that sound, if anybody knows from Bath, and Devondre Chandler, and Max Perry. They were all on the football LSJ's Football of the Year kind of thing, or the Dream Team, as they want to be called. The other Dream Team, which I thought was really interesting, is the females, and this was Division III. This was Marilyn Johnson out of Bath, and Annabelle Pluzak, and Ellen McCracken. And again, these were LSJ's Dream Teams, and these came out in December. So I wasn't here on the 19th to be able to say it, so I am saying it now. Wonderful job with these kids. Bath should be proud of them, realizing that we have taxes in Langsburg and others, which I understand that, but Bath is where most of you are from, so, and where your school taxes go. So anyway, we are adjourned, I got it, 1 minute to 10.
I move we adjourn. You
So
gotta,
move
you
it,
gotta
we
make a
adjourn.
motion.
Go ahead.
Second.
You won't have
Ms.
like-
Pelliccione, yes. Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Wisswasser?
Yeah.
Mr. Bensing?
Unanimous consent.
Mr. Bensing? Mrs. Kellerman? Mr. Fuensquist?
Yes.
Mr. Rosecrans?
Yes.
Thank you.
Damn it.
What is this?
Oh, no, I just think that,